Panopto is a platform that enables you to record, share, and manage all of your video content. With Panopto, you get a secure video library for publishing and sharing your recorded lectures, flipped classroom videos, student assignments, campus events, and more. This video library integrates with popular LMSs, including Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, D2L, and Sakai. One of Panopto's unique features is the ability to search inside your videos. For every video uploaded, Panopto indexes the instructor's speech and any text that appears on screen. As a result, your students can find and fast forward to any words spoken or shown in any video. This enables them to learn at their own pace, study more effectively, and engage in class without the need to scribble notes. Panopto also supports interactive video quizzing. This enables your faculty to create online assessments, embed them directly inside their videos, and test student comprehension.
Welcome back, everyone. Before anything else, I would like to introduce the Business Development Officer of Philoweb Technology Incorporated, Mr. Christian Duque, for his short message.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Philoweb and the Moodlemoot Philippines 2022 organization team, we would like to apologize for the issues we have presented just in a couple of minutes ago. Just as we were about to wrap Sir Martin Duguiama's presentation, Mr. Martin's time is up, but of course, if you'd like to connect with him or ask him any questions, we'll be more than happy to accommodate that. We expect that we can resume the activities of Moodlemoot Day 2 as normal. Again, we apologize for this, for the situation, and we hope we can resume. Apologize, and please continue to enjoy Moodlemoot Philippines 2022.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian Duque. Of course, we'd also like to thank Mr. Martin Duguiamas for that very informative presentation. It is always an honor to be in the presence of the founder of Moodle himself. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Martin Duque. So everyone, we have a great lineup of talk sessions during this conference. So yesterday, many fortunate individuals took part in the pre-Congress workshops where they had the opportunity to attend the Introduction to Moodle Workplace, Moodle Gradebook Setup, Safe Exam Browser, and Moodle 4.0. So today, aside from the keynote speech of Mr. Martin Duguiamas, we have 5 esteemed speakers who will be imparting new learnings with all of you. But before we move on to the first talk session, let us briefly discuss the program toolkit. So please welcome the Sales and Marketing Associates of Philoweb, Ms. Nelly and Ms. Fatima.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen. Okay, so let's discuss a quick run-through on the Moodlemoot Philippines 2022 Program Toolkit. So our topic for this year is Educators Thriving Amidst the Pandemic, Adapting to Change and Learning as One. So how can you access the virtual event? First, you can visit and like our Facebook page at Moodlemoot Philippines 2022 and Philoweb Technology. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Philoweb Technology. You can also check the activities through the Moodle mobile app. First, you have to download the app on Google Play and Apple App Store and follow these instructions below. You can also access the MoodPH22 site on your browser. You may go to this link and follow the instructions to create your account. So once the registration form, fill up the registration form to create your account, then a verification mail will be sent to your email. So how to self-enroll to a course? So after creating your account, click the login button and sign your account on the Moodle site. So once logged in, you'll be directed to the site home. Then on your address bar, add the /course to show the courses. And click on the Moot page drop-down and choose the courses that has an arrow button and click the Access button. You can click the Enroll Me to access the course. On this page, you may refer to the schedule of program and topics from day 1 and the respective speakers. You can see the day 2 and the Deity Congress proper. In this section, this is the profile photos of our day 1 speakers and the day 2 speakers as well as the day 3. We would also like to thank you our sponsors Panopto, IntelliBoard, Alibaba Cloud, Blindside Networks, and the Fila has also another product which is Nexus or School Information System, which is fully customizable and can adjust according to your school needs. We have different modules like the admissions, the advising, the registrar management, cashier and finance, grading system, and student portal. You can also integrate it on the premium modules listed below. So if you want to request a demo, feel free to email at sales@nifiloweb.com.ph. So our Moot page, you can see the Moot page 22 team who organized to make this event possible. I think that's it. So again, please like our Facebook page and subscribe to our YT channel. You can also share this link to your friends and colleagues. I also encourage everyone to post and share using the hashtag MootPH22 to win exciting prizes at day 3. And thank you everyone for listening.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Fatima. So at this point, without further ado, let us proceed to the first presenter for the day. So our first presenter joined the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines in 2019 as a consultant for the IP Academy, which is the Center of Intellectual Property Education and Research of the agency. In the same year, he was appointed as the Assistant Director of the Bureau of Copyrights and Related Rights and the officer in charge of the IP Academy. He obtained his Doctor of Philosophy and Business degree from De La Salle University, Manila, his Master of Business Administration from University of Santo Tomas, and his Bachelor's degree in Commerce from De La Salle University, Manila. He has been a part of the academe as a part-time associate professor for more than a decade with specialization on business, finance, economics, and other related areas in commerce. He has also published numerous researches across local and international Scopus Index journals. Ladies and gentlemen, to give his talk on intellectual property and the power of digital learning, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Frederick Romero.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Graziel, for that wonderful and energetic introduction. Can everyone hear me and see me clearly? Can I confirm that my voice is actually okay? You can hear me clearly? And one thumbs up if you're hearing me okay. Yan, may tatlo, apat, 5, 7. Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to this virtual conference, Moodlemoot Philippines 2022. Thank you so much, Nefila, for inviting me to discuss intellectual property and role of digital learning. Again, I'm Dr. Frederick P. Romero of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. And this is my topic, intellectual property and the power of digital learning. Okay. Before I cover digital learning, it is very important that everyone here in this virtual conference know about or be aware and conscious about intellectual property. Intellectual property, words, intellectual means your mind, right? Intellect, your creativity, your innovativeness. And property is something that can be owned. It has value. Okay, put them together This refers to the creations of the mind. These are the things that you created because of your creativity, your innovativeness, your artistry. So that's intellectual property. I'm not sure if all of you or some of you are non-Filipinos, or you cannot understand Tagalog, but the Filipino translation of intellectual property is yamang isip. Okay, it is the resources created by your mind, yaman, and then isip. Okay, in essence, according to the Intellectual Property Code of the Philippines, it covers inventions. Inventions are products, solutions that are there or were created because it has or it need to solve a particular problem or challenge. It also covers literary and artistic works, diba? Like in education, diba? Research, presentations. In terms of arts, these are the novels, films, music, and so on, created because of our artistry and creativity. It also includes designs of our laptop, designs of our vehicles, gadgets, and so on. It's also protected under the Intellectual Property Code. And of course, symbols, names, and images used in commerce. Nephila is a symbol and name representing a very good institution in terms of learning management system. Diba? It tells you that these activities, these products and services are created or offered by Nephila. So symbols and names of products and services are also part of intellectual property. Okay, so in essence, the intellectual property rights or your rights to that property includes the patent. Patent is the rights or the power given to the owner of the invention on how or whether the invention can be used by others. Okay, if you have an invention, of course, you want to capitalize on that, commercialize, reap the benefits and incentives. So you have the power to decide. You want to use my invention? You have to pay. You have to license it. So that's your patent rights. Connected with the patent is the utility model. There are some creations that it's not that inventive. It's still new. It's still useful, but it's not that inventive, or it's not too complex. And it's protected by utility model. Okay. Industrial design, as discussed, it gives the product aesthetic design, something that will make it attractive, right? And of course, the trademark, the mark of the trade, the mark of the product, symbols, signs that enables us to distinguish where the product or services are coming from. As discussed, copyright is the term for the bundle of rights given to the creators of literary and artistic works, making sure that no one can actually violate, abuse the use of the creative works and other IP-related areas. Okay, so why IP is very important? Why intellectual property is very important? I was informed that the audience of this virtual conference is comprehensive, cross-cutting different industries, government, private institutions, academics, okay, and some organizations. So the beauty about intellectual property is it cross-cuts different disciplines, different industries. So number one, why intellectual property is very important. First, IP makes innovation possible. We have to reward and recognize the creators, the inventors. Okay? These inventors and creators created the intellectual property to make our life easier. Okay? They created it using their energy, their money, time to build that product, services, solutions, and artistic works. And we have to recognize them, because if we will not recognize them, then they cannot reap the benefits of their intellectual property creation. Okay, so example, there's an inventor who invented something that's very useful. However, that product was what? Abused, violated, being copied rampantly in the market. He or she can no longer reap the benefits because other individuals, diba, may just buy the copied product, the counterfeited product. And for that inventor, he will just realize, what's the point of inventing? But remember, these creators are, their main source of income is that their work. Diba? If they can no longer earn from their creations, then they might probably just find other jobs. Diba? Pays good, give them, diba, income, but for their daily costs of living. And that will be problematic because we will lose great inventors, we will lose entrepreneurs, we will lose creatives. Okay, so IP makes innovation possible. Number two, it ensures quality. Okay, we know that we are buying this product. For example, this laptop, it's from Apple, it's MacBook. We know if it's that this is of good quality, it's durable. Okay, we are confident in using this product because it came from, diba, a reputable institution or corporation. We are buying food from this restaurant because it's really delicious. We are buying medicine. Imagine that, medicine, but to treat our sickness, our ailments, because we trust that medicine. Without intellectual property, everything will be a challenge. We don't know which is which is fake, which is authentic. Diba? It now lowers our confidence to the product or to the authenticity and quality of the products. So IP ensures quality. It makes also our lives easier. Okay? Imagine pre-pandemic, we're all fine doing face-to-face. But because of pandemic, we are doing doing online, diba? Learning should still continue. Education should still continue. Okay? So my point being is we're still experiencing education learning because of some technologies. Okay? Internet, laptop, Zoom, of course, learning management system like Moodle. Okay? So IP improves our daily lives. There's a shortage in terms of food because of intellectual property. We have machineries, products, creations, okay, equipments to increase food supply. Okay? If we don't have intellectual property, we'll definitely experience food shortage. And also, IP entertains us. Remember the first 2 months, 3 months of the pandemic, we don't know what to do. We stopped working. We were so bothered about everything happening in our surrounding. Most of us, and you can admit it, it's fine. Watch series in Netflix. Who among you watch Crash Landing on You? Who watched Reply 1988? Who watch a lot of K-drama US series during the pandemic because diba, it strengthened at least our psychological and emotional well-being. Some of us, if not most of us, diba, listen to Spotify, watch YouTube, diba? Because it uplifts us, our emotional well-being. If we don't protect the creators, if they will just know na my creations will be pirated lang, my books will be photocopied in recto or downloaded illegally, then what's the point of writing? What's the point of composing? Again, going back, most of these creators, that's their only source of income. Yes, it's good to express. It's good to express your feelings through books. But if we don't protect the creations, the creators, then it will affect us. A huge part of our employment depends on creative industries. In fact, we are number one in the world in terms of the number of employment generated by copyright or creative industries. That's how important protecting intellectual property. Okay? And IP is for everyone. It's not just for the creators. You yourself, you are a user of intellectual property. You are part of all of this. Okay? But basically, going back to the question or my topic, intellectual property and the power of distance learning. It's all about learning, okay? Intellectual property. Remember, I'm sure not all of you are lawyers, but remember the saying, ignorance of the law excuses no one, okay? Ignorance of the law excuses no one. So just because you don't know intellectual property, that doesn't give you an excuse to say, oops, I don't know, I'm sorry if I violated your rights. There are criminal and civil penalties when you infringe or violated intellectual property rights. So knowledge on intellectual property is very, very important. Okay. So why knowledge on IP important? Number one, to know your rights as the creator of intellectual property and protect against intellectual property infringement. We are here because it's about the idea of learning management system. Most of you, if not all, you are connected with creations of knowledge, providing learning experience to your respective stakeholders. You are a creator. So intellectual property knowledge is important so that you know your rights. Because if you don't know your rights, then most probably you will not enforce it. And if you will not enforce it, the violators would say, okay, the creators are not, they don't care about their rights, then I will violate it. Because the creators do not know your right, their own rights. Okay, if you know your rights, you will know what to do next. But you want to protect it, you want to enforce it. Okay, so knowledge on intellectual property is very important. Second, it is a two-way street. Remember, all participants of this virtual conference. Intellectual property protection is two-way. You are a creator, but you are also a user. It is important because for you to know the rights of others on their IP and to build culture of respect on intellectual property. Because it's a bit nonsense, that you would say, respect my rights, respect my songs, my books. Okay, do not violate my rights, and yet you are downloading illegal music from the internet, from Pirate Bay, kung may Pirate Bay pa. You're saying, protect, respect my invention, and yet your computer, you have illegal or counterfeited softwares. Diba? If you want your rights to be protected, make sure that you also respect other creators' rights so that we can build a culture of respect on intellectual property, not a culture where copying, piracy, and counterfeiting are norms. Okay? And last but not the least, why knowledge on IP is very important, because everyone is part of this goal. Okay? You are part of the whole of society's approach in creating a stronger, effective IP system. Don't say na, I'm not a creator, I don't care. Every day, in your own respective place right now, look around you. All of it, there's intellectual property. You are involved here, okay, as a creator, as a user of intellectual property. For us, the Philippines, to experience effective and strong IP system, all of us needs to know about intellectual property. Okay? So why I am connecting this with digital learning? Because IPOPHIL has a mandate in terms of making sure that the society is aware and conscious about intellectual property. The mandate of IPOPHIL carries with it the responsibility to promote knowledge and awareness on intellectual property for national development. So the Philippines has adopted the policy of using the IP system to facilitate a culture of innovation, a culture of creativity. And knowledge is very important in achieving that culture. Thus, programs are constantly being conducted to continue to strengthen IP education and awareness among our different stakeholders across different industries, across different provinces and areas in the Philippines. Okay? However, of course, we have a lot of programs. We have a lot of learning programs, basic, intermediate, advanced training programs for different sectors. Okay. However, what we have done so far in terms of the iceberg is just the tip of the iceberg. I will bet my 1 month salary, okay, that most of you have, a little knowledge about intellectual property. Don't worry, mababa lang naman po yung sweldo ko. But I'm very, very sure there's a high chance you maybe have attended just one seminar on intellectual property, but not comprehensive. So this is what we've done so far. And these are the areas in the Philippines that needs to be addressed. We need to cover more areas in the Philippines, okay, where IP education is vital, especially in the provinces. Because in the provinces, there are a lot of creations. We need to collaborate with other government agency units, industry sectors, private organizations, so that we can efficiently and effectively diffuse the knowledge on intellectual property. Okay? And as this is mentioned by our Director General Roel Barba, during his July 30, 2020 speech, IPOPHIL will continue in our role as enablers to inventors, creators, artists, entrepreneurs, and industries as we transition not only into a new normal, but a better normal. Okay? Thus, amidst the current health crisis and beyond, lahat na magsilabasan. Next disease, hopefully not naman too fast, monkeypox, and whatever disease and beyond. IPOPHIL continues to be passionate to elevate IP learning in the Philippines. Thus, IPOPHIL proudly presents the ILAW learning, ILAW, which is the IPOPHIL Learning Activities Workspace. This is the official e-learning platform or online learning management system of IPOPHIL for external, okay, external stakeholder to support its mission to build an inclusive intellectual property system serving the needs of the Philippines. We have our own Moodle-based learning management system called ILAW, IPOPHIL Learning Activities Workspace. So what is ILAW? ILAW means light. To those foreigners who are attending the virtual workshop, light in Tagalog or in Filipino is called ilaw. Okay, light through information technology, IP learning through ilaw is where our external stakeholders can be educated and trained on IP via self-paced, on-demand modules containing lectures, videos, and interactive activities. And we are proud to say that ILAW or IPOPHIL, IPOPHIL ILAW is the first in Southeast Asia, okay? First in Southeast Asia, and first and only intellectual property online learning management system for external audiences. For external audiences, other countries, they may have learning management system, but for their internal personnel. But IPOPHIL's ILAW is the first and only IP learning management system for external audiences, not just Filipinos, but any individuals in the world can access ILAW. Okay, through ILAW, IPOPHIL also hopes to support the IP learning initiatives of the ASEAN or Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Okay, it supports the IPOPHIL's strategic goals, which includes build collaboration and partnership. Yes, because we're building partnership with Nefila in terms of this learning management platform. We are partnering with other government agencies in terms of integrating IP learning through ILAW. Raise the ante for customer service. Yes, okay, because we are elevating our customer service related to IP education through this self-paced on-demand learning platform. Integrate, raise IP awareness. It's self-explanatory. That's what ILAW is for. Go back to basic by focusing on the mandate of IPOPHIL, okay, which is educating and teaching intellectual property. Highlight human capital advancement. Okay. Moving forward, we hope that through ILAW, competency-based framework on different personnel or workforce in the Philippines can be elevated, can be highlighted, because capital or human capital advancement is very important in our economic and social-cultural development. And last but not the least, transform IPOPHIL into a fully digitalized agency. We are proud to say that IPOPHIL is maybe one of the first, if not the first, government agency in the Philippines who can already provide service 100% online. No more manual filing. All of our activities can be done online. In fact, even trademark filing, trademark application, patent application, online hearing, even learning. Okay, everything is done online. Okay, so IPOPHIL supports the BRIGHT, BRIGHT strategic goals, okay, of IPOPHIL. Okay, so I'll just spend the next few slides demonstrating to our virtual participants the ILAW. Please advise if you can hear the music. So when you go to home, this is the website, ilaw.ipophil.gov.ph. Okay, you will learn about what ILAW is, this platform, and then the logos of our courses and visuals about our trainings. and a short list or a list of videos related to intellectual property. So we've uploaded some videos, and of course, our contact information at the bottom of the page. Okay. So courses, when you click home, you go to home and then click courses, you will see the list of courses, okay, that you can access through ELAW. So there are different subcategories of IP courses. When you click them, okay, you can just, let's say, ILIP, which is our basic intellectual property learning module. So introduction to IP, copyright, trademark, and patents, click them, okay, and enroll. Then you can have your own self-paced, on-demand introduction training program on intellectual property. Okay, and that's how you enter your username and password. So right now we have a lot. Actually, we just started, we launched this last April. So we've already uploaded some modules: ILEAP, IP Forward, IP Roadshow, IP Bootcamp, MCLE for lawyers, and so on and so forth. These are the current and past offerings of IP Forward. In fact, next month, it's the language month. So we will translate IP learning in Tagalog, Cebuano, Ilocano, and Ilonggo. Yeah. So IP Forward for enforcement, for teachers, for music creators, for engineers, social media content creators, TikTokers, social media influencers, mga TikTokers nga, and visual artists. So for news, so when you click the news in the website, click news, you will now see all relevant press releases, news articles related to IPOPHIL or intellectual property in the Philippines. Okay, it will automatically show the link in the news section in our IPOPHIL website. Okay, so that you can also be informed about what's happening with the IP in the Philippines, not just in the Philippines, also globally. Okay. And references. So aside from on-demand modules and news, the Intellectual Property Academy of the Philippines, or the IP Academy of the Philippines, regularly publish resources, resource materials in relation to intellectual property. So we have here the glossary, Tagalog, English of intellectual property terms, for trademark, for copyright, and for patents. And we have other general terms related to intellectual property. Okay. So when you go to the About, also click the Copyright Reference Book. This is a reference book created by our Bureau of Copyrights and Related Rights. Okay, and it is also available in our website in ELAW. Okay. So moving forward, we will regularly update the resources tab so that these resources can complement your digital learning. Okay. And for videos, so although we upload videos related to certain topics in intellectual property, we have separate videos for certain information, or to elevate your digital learning, how to file, an introduction of IPOPHIL, okay, and some useful snippets, short videos to strengthen your IP digital learning. Okay, so how to log in? Go to elaw.ipofil.gov.ph. You can do it right now if you want. So this can also be an immersive virtual conference. Okay, click login, pick your username. Okay, enter your password and some of your details so that we would know your profile, especially if we will promote other future training programs for certain sectors or industries. Okay, so email address, first name and then surname, your town, affiliation, designation, educational attainment, contact information, sex at birth. Okay, so once you've inputted all the information and click the data privacy consent, you may now create your ELAW account. Okay. There. So I'll just show a short video about ELAW and its current update since it started early this year. Hope you like it. That's very short, but it gives you a glimpse of what we've achieved so far. In fact, we just started April, May, June, July, just 3 months. And when we check, I think Nefila can confirm it. We've already reached more than between 1,000 to 2,000, 1,000 to 3,000 users already created their account, and we hope to increase these numbers in the future. Okay. In fact, we've also covered other countries as shown in the video. Sri Lanka, China, I forgot the countries, but it's not just for the Filipinos, but also Filipinos in other countries, OFWs, or other individuals in other countries who want to learn about intellectual property in the Philippines. As you may know, intellectual property rights or the IP law of countries there's a territoriality principle. Each country has a different set of rules and regulations in relation to intellectual property. Okay, so it's also important that other countries would know about intellectual property rights in the Philippines. So digital learning is definitely a key component for IPOPHIL to reach different stakeholders all over the Philippines. Intellectual property. We are, in fact, just to inform you, the IP Academy consists only around 7 members. Okay, 7 personnel, and IPOPHIL as a whole, just I think 250 warm bodies, 400 including contractuals and other consultants. So we are still a very small government agency, but if you will realize, our country is an archipelago. There are a lot of places that needs to be covered in terms of IP learning, and digital learning definitely will play a vital role in reaching individuals so that they will be educated in intellectual property. Okay? Remember that an IP educated and IP aware society is vital for the economic and socio-cultural development. If we want to create more inventions, we need to be strong enough to know how to protect our rights. If you want to create more songs, more books, more films, okay, it will generate jobs for Filipinos. If we will protect our trademarks, our businesses, then it will generate income, okay, for our country, and it will be used for our development. So we have to make sure that we create a strong intellectual property system. And one key part of a very strong IP system is that the population, the society knows about intellectual property. That is where digital learning will come into the picture. Okay, so to end, if we want to achieve an IP conscious Philippines, let ilaw brighten your IP learning journey now and beyond. On behalf of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines and the IP Academy, thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something and we were able to showcase to you the importance of IP and how digital learning will support our endeavor in creating an IP-conscious society. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frederick Romero, for that very informative presentation. Indeed, knowledge on intellectual property rights and laws is important. And as you said, ignorance of the law does not excuse anyone. So now the floor is open for the Q&A. You can post your questions on your respective platforms. I believe we have one question from Ms. Aline Teresa Mendoza. So she actually has three questions. First is, how long does it usually take to protect one's original work, copywriting, and for patenting? I believe, sir, you're on mute.
Yeah, I just mentioned that let me just drink my coffee, but it's fine. I've already consumed it. Anyway, that's the beauty of the ilaw. You can learn on demand, but definitely since I'm here, I'm gonna answer the question of Miss Mendoza from Philippine Science High School. Wow, we are partners, by the way, Miss Mendoza. For copyright, according to the IP code, in terms of how, because you're asking how long, right? How long does it usually take? For copyrighted work, books, films, songs, you are protected upon the creation. From the moment you created it, by law, you're already protected. You don't need us. You don't need the National Library. Diba? You said, diba, sometimes you have that general idea, I have to copyright it. Diba? Deposit it in National Library for me to get the certificate or IPOFIL. Same lang, that's basically the same. When you deposit your work sa IPOFIL, in IPOFIL, it's also, we also forward it to National Library. You are already protected by law, okay, from the moment of creation. So you can already enforce your rights. Diba? However, so why you don't need us? Well, actually, in a way, you need us, because if there are some cases involving violations of copyright, okay, you need proof. You need documentation that it's really that you're owning it. That's the purpose of copyright deposit. Okay, so what I'm saying is, under the copyright law, once you've finished the painting, once you've written the song, the book, okay, but to give you more protection, cases, legal cases on need you need proof, public documents, and the certificate can be used as one of the evidence of your ownership. Second, actually madami yan, second lang. Sometimes, if you will license or you will let other individuals or institutions use your work, sometimes they also require a documentation. For example, you have a song and it will be used in a commercial. Sometimes the corporation will say, can you give us proof that it's really yours? But it's good to have that certificate. Because remember, when I said, upon the moment of creation, what if you wrote the song in a tissue paper? Yes, you're protected under the copyright law. But what if something happened to that tissue paper? Diba? Nawala. It was burned. It was thrown. You cannot just say, that's mine, but you don't have proof. Okay. For patent, normally between 2 to 3 years. Okay. Why is it it takes long? Because there are parts of the process that it needs to be published for a certain number of months. When you file, it will undergo examination. Kasi invention will be examined. Okay, hopefully you can attend some of our training programs. Actually, I'm in a training program right now. I'm just in a small storage room. Anyway, it needs to be checked if it passed the criteria of invention, newness, inventive steps, and useful. So it takes time. And also there's a publication period. That's the time where the public would say, that invention, I've already done that. I will file a response to IPOPIL. Okay. So normally for patent, 2 to 3 years. Let me already read the question of Ms. Mendoza. Will it be expensive, especially for ordinary one and one? For copyright deposits, it's not that expensive. 400 pesos, between 400 to 500. When you file it within 3 days or within a week, you will already receive the copyright certificate, the e-copy of the certificate. For patent, it's a bit pricey, okay? But we have programs to assist indigent creators. So we have the One for the World and one Wanna Make a Mark. These are programs to assist individuals who may have challenges in terms of payment of applications. Do we need to have legal advisor to be able to do the process of protecting our rights? If it will be filed in court, in a way, you need legal professionals. Okay, they will definitely help you in enforcing your rights. So yes, most of the time you need legal advice from legal professionals. Okay, I think that answers the question of Ms. Mendoza. Ms. Brizia.
But sir, she has a follow-up question.
Follow-up question.
Clarification is, how long is the process to have it legally protected? I understand to be legally protected is first to file, not first date of creation, to say that it is legally mine.
Okay, we are already interchanging. Pero to clarify, copyright, you are protected from the moment of your creation and 50 years after your death. So if I have a music that I compose now, July 28, individuals need to seek permission from me from today, okay, until I'm alive, and 50 years after my death. Okay? So, sir, you're already dead. How can we seek permission? Of course, diba, in the estate or transfer of ownership law, but you have next of kin. Diba? You need to seek permission from those individuals. So you are protected from the moment of creation and 50 years after your death. After that 50 years, it's already public domain, meaning anyone can now exploit the copyrighted work. Okay, copyrighted work. You're saying about the first to file, it's for inventions. We have to make sure that we don't interchange or mix up inventions and copyrighted work. For patent, it's yes, it is first to file. Okay, first to file rule. Whoever filed it first, diba, has the right on that particular invention. Okay.
Okay, I hope that answers your questions, Ma'am Aline Teresa Mendoza. Now, we also have another question here from Mr. Felipe Soliera Jr. Which is more expensive to process? How much does it usually cost?
Copyright is very affordable. Yeah. As for the trademark, siguro I'm under the Copyright Bureau kasi, but I'll click. I will search the link in our website for you to see the fees for trademark and patent. Yeah, kasi I don't remember the exact. Pero medyo ano siya, it's a bit pricey, parang between 1,000 to 5,000 pesos yung filing fee. But I will definitely search it right now while we're waiting or before I leave so that you'll have the list of the fees of IPOFIL.
All right. I believe those are all the questions that we have for now. So thank you very much once again, Dr. Frederick Romero. On behalf of the organizers and participants, allow me to convey our gratitude to Dr. Romero and present him with a certificate of appreciation, which reads, Nefila Web Technology Incorporated presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Frederick Romero for sharing his invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2022. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 28th day of July 2022, held virtually via Zoom. Signed by Ms. Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT President and Chief Executive Officer of Nefila Web Technology Incorporated, the only Moodlemoot partner in the Philippines. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Romero.
Graciel, last I forgot to fully promote, but I actually wrote a book about intellectual property. I've already posted the link of that textbook or resource materials. It's in Tagalog. I Tagalize intellectual property so everyone would understand intellectual property, elementary, high school, college, anyone, even tindera in the market and tricycle driver can understand intellectual property. I've already posted the link if you want to purchase my Yamang Isip book, introductory book about intellectual property. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much, Nefila, for the invite. We appreciate your invitation for this virtual conference. Thank you po.
All right. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Romero. So for those interested, you can purchase or you can take a look at the book authored by Dr. Frederick Romero. So thank you very much. So once again, a round of applause, please, for our dear speaker. So moving on to our second talk session, our next speaker is an educator based in South India. He has been involved with INASP's Technology Enhanced Learning Initiative from the beginning, mainly in site administration, course development, and course delivery on INASP Moodle. A keen Moodler since 2010, he has spoken at many Moodle conferences, and he wears another hat as a teacher of scientific writing. He was part of the Author Aid Embedding Initiative from 2013 to 2018 and has written instructional content for Author Aid online courses. His academic background is in electrical engineering, and he completed a master's degree with a research component at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Ladies and gentlemen, to present automated translation of course content, a case study of English to Vietnamese, I am humbled and honored to introduce to you Mr. Ravi Murugesan.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I suppose I should share my screen. I'm going to do that now. All right, so yeah, my name is Ravi Murugesan. I work for INASP. I know it is a little bit of a difficult acronym to pronounce. It actually stands for the International Network for Advancing Science and Policy, quite a long name. INASP is a nonprofit based in Oxford, UK. I work from South India. I'm an associate. I work with the AuthorAid project. I'll tell you a little more about that. Anyway, this talk is all about a particular initiative that we undertook recently about translating course content. And we had a group of learners taking this course. And I want to focus on the English to Vietnamese aspect of how that went. We also had some learners taking, going through the course and translating into French, but I'm not going to cover that. In fact, it's actually, we have more feedback from the Vietnamese participants, so I thought it would make for a good presentation. We have a project called AuthorAid. Through this project, we run massive open online courses in research writing, basically writing research papers for publication in peer-reviewed journals. And that's a hot topic around the world. Academics around the world need to be writing and publishing research papers. It's part of life. And there's a large demand for training on this topic. In the past year, we've seen, while participants come from around the world, lately we've seen a lot of participants from Vietnam. We've tried to understand why. It looks like it is being promoted through Facebook and through word of mouth, which is great. We're happy to see that. Recently, a few months back, we invited some of these Vietnam-based participants to join another course, a short course on academic writing skills. And this course came with an automated translation feature, which is what I'm going to talk about. So I hope by attending this talk, you'll get a sense of how this works, whether it might be useful for your own context. So that's my hope by presenting this. Two parts to this presentation. The technical aspect of how to set it up, how to set up automated translation using a combination of Google Cloud Translation and Moodle plugins. And the second part, where I go over the feedback that we received from Vietnam-based participants on the quality of the translated content. So first, how to set this up. Google Cloud Translation is setting that up is the very first step. You may have heard of it. I think everybody has heard of Google Translate. This is not the same thing. It's not Google Translate. I mean, there are certainly similarities, and it is part of Google, but it's a Google Cloud product. And to access it, you need to go to cloud.google.com. And there are a lot of products over there. I mean, it's just like AWS has many products. Google Cloud also does. I don't know that much about Google Cloud. I just know about this cloud translation product. It's machine translation. Now, if you ask me, is it better than the regular Google Translate? I actually don't know. That's a different topic. It's just to work with Moodle. For Moodle to Google to kind of speak to each other, you need to use Google Cloud Translation. So you can learn about it. The thing is, it's not really free, but if you sign up, you get usually a few $100s in free credit. And that's what I've used. And I think that's actually covers the cloud translation charges for a pilot. It certainly is good enough. So to set up Google Cloud Translation, go to cloud.google.com and you'll see a way to create an API key. Now, again, if you have used such systems before, it's not that difficult, but if you haven't, it can seem a bit daunting. What do all these things mean? So I will, yeah, if you need technical support to set this up, you could speak with someone at your organization to get it set up for you. So it is, it's about creating an API key. You will see an option to do that right on the dashboard of Google Cloud. And after that, yeah, your API key is a random string. I've hidden this for security. This is my API key. So it'll show up, and you can edit the API key to make it more secure. For example, you can restrict it to certain websites, as in where can this API be called from. So you can restrict it to particular websites or IP addresses, or you can restrict it to particular Google Cloud products. So I have restricted it to the Cloud Translation API, as you can see where the bottom arrow is pointing. That's it, really. It might seem, if you're not used to Google Cloud, it might seem a bit technical, but it's not a lot of steps. It's you can do it very quickly. But the Moodle side, that's where to actually get the whole thing up and working, there is more to do. On the Moodle site, you would first look into installing some plugins. Now, there is I did this back in April, 3 months back. At that time, I had to use these two plugins from the Moodle plugins database: Content Translation Filter and Content Translation Manager. However, at this point, as of today, or maybe in the past few weeks, these have been superseded by something called the Moodle Translations Filter. And when I last checked a few days back, it was not available in the Moodle plugins database, but it can be installed from GitHub. I haven't tried it because I made this presentation based on my experience a few months back. But it is reassuring to see that, or to read that the new plugin works largely the same way. And this is mentioned in the Moodle Translations Filter page. So that means that what I'm going to talk about is hopefully still relevant. I suppose some settings have changed, but it works largely the same way. So once you install those plugins, the first step is to copy over the API key from Google Cloud to Moodle. And on Moodle, you would go to the Content Translation Filters settings, so that you can see that in the breadcrumb at the top, on the screenshot on the right: dashboard, site administration, plugins, filters, Content Translation Filter. And you can copy over the API key over there, and you have to check Use Google. I think the default is no. Yeah, and save changes. Then another key step is to set the filter priority. On the Content Translation Filter plugin page, it says that this filter must be at the top of the filter stack. So that's what I've done. I've moved it to the top. Now, I don't want it to be available all through my site. That's a choice. So you can set it at on, off, but available, or just off. But I've selected off but available, so that I can turn it on wherever I want it to work, such as at a course level, or even within a course at the level of resources or activities. The apply to is also a useful setting to consider. So content means the content within a resource. Heading means the title of the resource. So if you say just content, the headings won't get translated, which means on the course homepage, it might look more or less the same even after changing the language setting. So I'll tell you a little more about that shortly. I've selected content plus headings for more comprehensive translation. Check the language packs. So the languages, the destination, that's the right word, languages that you want the learners to use, check that they are installed. Google will translate. So Google will translate largely anything to anything, I think. But you need to have the language packs installed on your Moodle site, whatever you want people to use. This is our case at INASP. We have at the moment just put in these few languages. for testing the automated translation. And yeah, we have sometimes increased the language packs, sometimes reduced them. And as you might know already, a language pack by default is really just the menus and the various settings on Moodle. It's not the actual content that gets translated. That's what the whole point of content translation is. The standard language packs just change the navigation, the various settings, which is useful for sure. Once you set up the content translation filter at the site level, and in my case, I set it to off but available. So I went to this particular course that I wanted to be translated, and I set the content translation filter at the course level. I set that to on. If you've not used filters, there's actually a lot you can do with filters on Moodle. So I'll leave you to explore that. Sometimes we look for a certain setting, and we go to the edit settings, and we find that the setting we are looking for is not there. But there's a chance that what you're looking for is in the filter setting, which is separate from the course level or activity level settings. Every course and every activity has a separate setting in the administration block called filters. So content translation filter also sits there. Now, so here's a view of how it works. So I've set all this up, and on the left is the original, the homepage of this academic writing skills course, mini course. I changed the language pack to Vietnamese, and immediately within, well, just the time it takes to refresh the page, I see most of it in Vietnamese. Course name and most of the course resources are translated, the heading. So these are the headings. This is what is called heading in the content translation filter. The thing is, I have set the content translation filter to on for some items that are at the top, and off for some other items. That is my choice. I just wanted to experiment how it worked. So yeah, it's like boom, it just gets translated within just in a second. And here's an example of a page of content from a book resource translated from English to Vietnamese. Again, on the left, it's English, and changing the language interface to Vietnamese. In the top, kind of the banner part of the page, right away, the whole thing is translated into Vietnamese. So that's how it works. Very, yeah, it's quite dramatic how how easy how fluidly it works. But well, there's some fine print. What gets translated and what doesn't. The good news is pretty much any text that sits in the Moodle text editor. That's my experience. If it's in the Moodle text editor, it gets translated. H5P activities, in my experience, they don't. That content doesn't sit within the Moodle text editor. It is created in the content bank or h5p.com, and it's kind of brought in. I noticed that H5P did not get translated. So that could be, yeah, that is a limitation. If there is a lot of H5P content in a course and you want to make it compatible with this method, I don't know. Maybe you'll have to explore further. In my case, the course that I'm talking about, it didn't have many H5P resources, and whatever there was, I kind of converted it into some other format, or yeah, to maybe do away with some small quiz, interactive questions. Yeah. So book, page, quiz, database, glossary, they're all compatible. Forum posts, I think it's a little tricky. It does get translated, but it can get confusing if I guess there has to be some kind of structure. Let's say the language interface is English, but someone writes in Vietnamese. How does that work? So ideally, if the language interface is English, the person writing has to write in English, so it gets translated into Vietnamese. So maybe there's got to be some advice or instructions might be needed. I have not tried this yet. I just know they get translated, but I could also see the potential for confusion with this. Bootstrap is there are Bootstrap elements that you can use in a Moodle course. Anything, I guess, anything after Moodle 3.9 or even prior versions. Bootstrap elements are a great way to introduce some interactive content such as collapse or accordion, yeah, so they get translated. Now, there are ways to make adjustments to translated content. So you might want to mark some content that should not be translated, especially if it's something to do with language teaching. So that there's an easy way to do that, to mark that content or any string with translate equals no in a span tag. That means it doesn't get translated. In the image at the bottom, you'll see that the first sentence is in Vietnamese, and after that it's in English, because those two sentences were marked as not to be translated. You can also edit the translated content using another plugin called Content Translation Manager, where they work together, Content Translation Filter and Manager. So when you install these two plugins, you will see that when you're on any language interface apart from the source language, a little icon will appear at the end of any page with translated content. And if you click that, you will see the Content Translation Manager, which looks something like this. It's a pop-up with source text, the text in the original language on the left, which cannot be edited here. But what it can do is edit the translated content, which appears in the Moodle text editor. So you can edit that translated content if you know the translate the language of the translated content. If you are proficient in that and you spot awkward translations, yeah, you can go ahead and edit, fix some of those awkward bits. That's totally possible, and save it, and that's what is stored in Moodle, and that's what is presented to the learner. So if there are any JavaScript elements in the content, and that's another way to include interactive Moodle, the Moodle text editor supports JavaScript. So they might not get automatically translated. In the course I'm talking about, academic writing skills, there were some activities that we built in with JavaScript, which are presented in the book resources. So it was a bit of work to get that to work. Going into the translation manager, switching it to code view, and kind of looking up the translations on Google Translate, because I don't know Vietnamese, so I had to look it up on Google Translate, the regular Google Translate, copying, putting it in. Yeah, that took a little bit of time. It can be done. So that's about adjusting translations. Now for the second part of my talk. How did the learners, what did they think? And they were native speakers of Vietnamese. So what did they think of the quality of translated content? So we introduced, we explained how this would work, how to view the course content, basically by switching the language setting on the Moodle homepage, the course homepage. And we clarified that the translations are provided by Google, in that we didn't, while we were providing this, we weren't taking, we couldn't be responsible for the quality. There were 86 participants from Vietnam who went through this course, Academic Writing Skills, and then we collected feedback. And I'm going to show you some of the feedback questions and the responses as we received them. So first we asked them which language did they choose. They knew they could go through the module, the various resources in Vietnamese. It turned out that, in fact, most participants, 48 out of 86, actually chose English, just perfectly fine. Maybe they didn't need to learn in Vietnamese. They were proficient speakers of English. Yeah, so it's more, then I'm going to present the feedback from the 38 of those who did go through some or all of the module in Vietnamese from this point on. So here is a question, one question. When going through the translated content, did you spot any awkward, unclear, or incorrect words or phrases? And very few said frequently, but a lot of people said occasionally, about half, 18 out of 38 said they occasionally spotted awkward, unclear, or incorrect wording. Some said rarely, a few said never. So it means, well, it's occasional that this, it's neither great nor terrible. If there were any awkward or unclear or incorrect words or phrases, did they interfere with your ability to make sense of the content? So again, somewhat good news. Only a few said it was significant. It was a significant problem, and about half the learners said to some extent, and in fact, yeah, quite a good number said no, it didn't interfere. So they did spot some awkward, incorrect translations, but it didn't affect their ability to understand what the content. Was there ever a point when you felt that the quality of translated content was quite poor in general? So this is quite a strong question that they ever get fed up or, yeah, well, most people said no. So that's good. Some said yes. 13 out of 38 said yes. 25 out of 38 said no. They never felt that it was quite poor in general. And here's one more question. Did you find it beneficial to go through the content in your language? So this is quite a review, even though so far it seems like the feedback has been somewhat mixed, it looks like most participants, the vast majority, 32 out of 38, they said yes, it was beneficial to go through the content in their language, in Vietnamese. And I doubt they went through all of it in Vietnamese, but maybe they switched back and forth. It's fine. So maybe I think it was a useful feature. That's my inference. And the free text feedback is more revealing about their experience. So here's some of the excerpts I will leave. You can read it on this slide. I found this one very interesting. The third one, someone said, I can use an English dictionary when I get a new word in English, but I can't use Vietnamese dictionary. I suppose they meant when they see an awkward word in Vietnamese and they're like, what's that word doing there? But they can't use a dictionary at that point because it's already in Vietnamese. So I found that quite interesting, that comment. So it's mixed. Again, it seems like what seems to be the case is the participants were appreciative, but they wouldn't say it was extremely useful. It was, somewhat useful. So I would say on the whole, leaning towards, somewhat positive experience. So we also had, I guess, and also we have to remember that most participants actually opted to go through the course in English. Overall impressions of mine, I think technically it works well. Moodle's content translation filter, whether the one I used or the new one that will soon be available on the plugins database, and Google Cloud Translation, they work well together. It's quite a nice experience to be able to see not just resources, but activities, and you can easily move through different, use different languages to go through the course. In my case, the focus here is on Vietnamese. Most participants seem to appreciate having the option to go through the content in Vietnamese. They also, however, found some level, not to say a lot, some found it, that it was significant. Most found it, there was some level of awkward, unclear, or incorrect words or phrases in the translated content. And I'm sure Google Cloud Translation likely works better for some languages than others. I don't have feedback from any other group of learners at this point. So this is, this is, that's all. I hope this was useful. If you're looking to kind of use automated translation. It does work, but it's good to get feedback from the learners and to check a few things, whether things are getting translated in your content the way you want them to be translated. So any questions? I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ravi Murugesan. So, sir, as you've opened it, this session is now open for the question and answer portion. So for everyone, as what you did earlier, you may post them on the forum or on the chat box. So for our Facebook and YouTube viewers, we enjoin you to make use of the comment section and post your questions there. So do we already have questions? Okay, so we have a feedback here from Ms. Cheryl that Ravi's talk is very interesting. So we can try converting our content to Filipino or Tagalog. So we have a live stream of the talks in FB and YouTube channel of Philoweb. So you can find the recording there.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we have questions? Okay, so there being none, sir, at this point, I believe the talk was very clear to our audience and participants. So it is high time that we present, of course, and express our gratitude to you, sir, for presenting today. So allow me to present you the Certificate of Appreciation, which reads, Philoweb Technology Incorporated presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Ravi Murugesan for sharing his valuable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2022. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 28th day of July 2022, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing, signed by Ms. Cheryl Villaraman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of Philoweb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. So once again, a round of applause, please, for Mr. Ravi Murugesan. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, President.
So time check, everyone. It is now 12:27 on my watch, and we have actually reached the end of the AM session. We will giving you time to stretch your legs and, of course, have your sumptuous meal. And we also suggest that you take this time to enroll in the Mood PH 22 courses and complete the activities. So instructions on how to enroll were sent to your mail inboxes. So with that, enjoy your lunch and please be back before 1:27 p.m. Thank you.
Panopto is a platform that enables you to record, share, and manage all of your video content. With Panopto, you get a secure video library for publishing and sharing your recorded lectures, flipped classroom videos, student assignments, campus events, and more. This video library integrates with popular LMSs, including Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, D2L, and Sakai. One of Panopto's unique features is the ability to search inside your videos. For every video uploaded, Panopto indexes the instructor's speech and any text that appears on screen. As a result, your students can find and fast forward to any word spoken or shown in any video. This enables them to learn at their own pace, study more effectively, and engage in class without the need to scribble notes. Panopto also supports interactive video quizzing. This enables your faculty to create online assessments, embed them directly inside their videos, and test student comprehension. Once a quiz has been taken, instructors can see the results for the entire class and for individual students. Uploading your existing videos and creating new ones with Panopto is also easy. For your existing video files, simply drag and drop them into your video library. Panopto will convert the videos for optimal playback on any device. For capturing new videos, Panopto includes an easy-to-use app that runs on Windows PCs and Macs. Simply launch the app, click record, and Panopto will capture your video, the content of your screen, and any additional video sources that you choose. You can also schedule recordings and webcasts in advance. This enables your faculty to simply walk into the classroom and begin teaching without the need to ever touch Panopto. And with Panopto's unique remote control, you can securely manage your AV infrastructure from anywhere in the world using your phone. When your recording is finished, Panopto automatically uploads the video to your portal. And in a few minutes, you get a professional-looking presentation that looks like this. Panopto syncs your video and on-screen content, generates a table of contents and thumbnails, and indexes your video for search. If you want to make changes to your video, Panopto includes an easy-to-use editor that runs in any web browser. Here, you can trim out parts of the video you don't want, you can create quizzes, you can upload slides and sync those with a video, and for multi-camera lectures and events, you can switch cameras directly from within the editor. If you're an EdTech administrator, you'll find that Panopto is easy to deploy and manage. Your faculty will appreciate how easy Panopto is to use, and students will appreciate the fact that Panopto just works on whatever device they happen to be using. To see a demo or request a free trial of Panopto, contact us and we can get you started today.
As the global cloud market landscape continues to expand, the Philippines is on the verge of a cloud revolution, with a sharp rise in demand for innovative and reliable cloud-based services. Today, cloud computing is central to the digitalization of businesses in the Philippines and around the globe. 88% of companies in the Philippines are now more supportive of using cloud solutions to grow their businesses compared to the pre-pandemic times. Alibaba Cloud, a leading cloud service provider in APAC and the technology backbone of Alibaba Group, is at the forefront of accelerating digital transformation in the Philippines by providing the best of the Alibaba ecosystem to local businesses. With the launch of the first ever data center in the Philippines and dedicated local support in the region, Alibaba Cloud makes it easier for local businesses, individuals, and startups to start their digital transformation journey with high performance, secure, cost-effective, and reliable computing services. We don't stop there. With the formation of the Philippines Ecosystem Alliance, Alibaba Group envisions further accelerating the digitalization of local businesses and supporting the government's cloud-first policy. Through this alliance, Alibaba Cloud aims to train 50,000 local experts and enthusiasts, certify at least 10,000 IT professionals, and help 5,000 businesses migrate online by 2023. Alibaba Cloud supports businesses across the globe with a world-class technology portfolio of 200-plus cloud solutions and services. It empowers leading Filipino brands such as GCash, Kumu, UBX, and Lazada, along with numerous global brands across verticals such as financial services, technology, retail, e-commerce, media and entertainment, manufacturing, aviation, and logistics. Let's take a sneak peek at how the Alibaba Cloud Philippines team supports local businesses to enhance their IT system reliability, flexibility, and security. GCash, a growing fintech company, partnered with Alibaba Cloud for scaling IT infrastructure in real time to seamlessly handle a 3.7 times growth in monthly active users over a year. Another fintech company called UBX adopted Zolaza's Real ID eKYC solution provided by Alibaba Cloud for streamlining the customer authentication process to achieve high accuracy and reduce identity fraud up to 100%. Alibaba Cloud is also powering Kumu, the dynamic live streaming entertainment platform designed for Filipinos. With its powerful, elastic, and scalable cloud computing technologies to better support the application's exponential demand growth and provide curators and viewers with rich and smooth experiences. Wait no more. Get access to innovative and reliable cloud solutions with Alibaba Cloud and start your cloud journey now. Visit ph.alibabacloud.com.
Your learning management system is full of data about the teaching and learning process at your institution. Use IntelliBoard to combine that data with your student information system, web conferencing system, attendance tracking, and other learning technology data to provide a full, holistic picture of your students, instructors, and the learning process, leading you to improved educational outcomes. IntelliBoard supports all parts of the learning process, including helping faculty to prepare for each new term, tracking student participation and engagement from day one in each course, monitoring student progress in assigned work throughout the term, and helping instructors to manage grading student work. Our integrated predictive learning and back up your turnkey solution. With years of experience in higher education learning analytics, IntelliBoard is ready to be your partner in supporting quality learning. Schedule an informative meeting with one of our e-learning experts today.
You may be surprised by the origins of Big Blue Button, the world's first open-source virtual classroom software. It was conceived and built in a Canadian university classroom rather than in a boardroom, and we're proud of this distinction. Big Blue Button is open source, which means it's free to download, install, and use. And with constant input from our worldwide community of teachers and developers, the product is always improving and adding new features. It's also available in 65 languages, making it a truly global teaching platform. If it looks familiar to you, there's a good reason why. Big Blue Button has been embedded into 5 of the world's most popular learning management systems, whose collective users account for more than 70% of the LMS market. And because it's already embedded into the LMS, it's easy and safe to use. There's no need to install new software, and external logins to enter online classes are a thing of the past. The best way to stay up to date is by visiting our website. There you'll learn about our features, share in user success stories, and learn about hosting options and support from companies such as Blindside Networks. Visit bigbluebutton.org.
platform that enables you to record, share, and manage all of your video content. With Panopto, you get a secure video library for publishing and sharing your recorded lectures, flipped classroom videos, student assignments, campus events, and more. This video library integrates with popular LMSs, including Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, D2L, and Sakai. One of Panopto's unique features is the ability to search inside your videos. For every video uploaded, Panopto indexes the instructor's speech and any text that appears on screen. As a result, your students can find and fast forward to any word spoken or shown in any video. This enables them to learn at their own pace, study more effectively, and engage in class without the need to scribble notes. Panopto also supports interactive video quizzing. This enables your faculty to create online assessments, embed them directly inside their videos, and test student comprehension. Once a quiz has been taken, instructors can see the results for the entire class and for individual students. Uploading your existing videos and creating new ones with Panopto is also easy. For your existing video files, simply drag and drop them into your video library. Panopto will convert the videos for optimal playback on any device. For capturing new videos, Panopto includes an easy-to-use app that runs on Windows PCs and Macs. Simply launch the app, click record, and Panopto will capture your video, the content of your screen, and any additional video sources that you choose. You can also schedule recordings and webcasts in advance. This enables your faculty to simply walk into the classroom and begin teaching without the need to ever touch Panopto. And with Panopto's unique remote control, you can securely manage your AV infrastructure from anywhere in the world using your phone. When your recording is finished, Panopto automatically uploads the video to your portal. And in a few minutes, you get a professional-looking presentation that looks like this. Panopto syncs your video and on-screen content, generates a table of contents and thumbnails, and indexes your video for search. If you want to make changes to your video, Panopto includes an easy-to-use editor that runs in any web browser. Here, you can trim out parts of the video you don't want, you can create quizzes, you can upload slides and sync those with a video, and for multi-camera lectures and events, you can switch cameras directly from within the editor. If you're an EdTech administrator, you'll find that Panopto is easy to deploy and manage. Your faculty will appreciate how easy Panopto is to use, and students will appreciate the fact that Panopto just works on whatever device they happen to be using. To see a demo or request a free trial of Panopto, contact us and we can get you started today.
As the global cloud market landscape continues to expand, the Philippines is on the verge of a cloud revolution, with a sharp rise in demand for innovative and reliable cloud-based services. Today, cloud computing is central to the digitalization of businesses in the Philippines and around the globe. 88% of companies in the Philippines are now more supportive of using cloud solutions to grow their businesses compared to the pre-pandemic times. Alibaba Cloud, a leading cloud service provider in APAC and the technology backbone of Alibaba Group, is at the forefront of accelerating digital transformation in the Philippines by providing the best of the Alibaba ecosystem to local businesses. With the launch of the first ever data center in the Philippines and dedicated local support in the region, Alibaba Cloud makes it easier for local businesses, individuals, and startups to start their digital transformation journey with high-performance, secure, cost-effective, and reliable computing services. We don't stop there. With the formation of the Philippines Ecosystem Alliance, Alibaba Group envisions further accelerating the digitalization of local businesses and supporting the government's cloud-first policy. Through this alliance, Alibaba Cloud aims to train 50,000 local experts and enthusiasts, certify at least 10,000 IT professionals, and help 5,000 businesses migrate online by 2023. Alibaba Cloud supports businesses across the globe with a world-class technology portfolio of 200-plus cloud solutions and services. It empowers leading Filipino brands such as GCash, Kumu, UBX, and Lazada, along with numerous global brands, across verticals such as financial services, technology, retail, e-commerce, media and entertainment, manufacturing, aviation, and logistics. Let's take a sneak peek at how the Alibaba Cloud Philippines team supports local businesses to enhance their IT system reliability, flexibility, and security. GCash, a growing fintech company, partnered with Alibaba Cloud for scaling IT infrastructure in real time to seamlessly handle a 3.7 times growth in monthly active users over a year. Another fintech company called UBX adopted Zolaz's Real ID eKYC solution provided by Alibaba Cloud for streamlining the customer authentication process to achieve high accuracy and reduce identity fraud up to 100%. Alibaba Cloud is also powering Kumu, the dynamic live streaming entertainment platform designed for Filipinos, with its powerful, elastic, and scalable cloud computing technologies to better support the application's exponential demand growth and provide curators and viewers with rich and smooth experiences. Wait no more. Get access to innovative and reliable cloud solutions with Alibaba Cloud and start your cloud journey now. Visit ph.alibabacloud.com.
Your learning management system is full of data about the teaching and learning process at your institution. Use IntelliBoard to combine that data with your student information system, web conferencing system, attendance tracking, and other learning technology data to provide a full, holistic picture of your students, instructors, and the learning process, leading you to improved educational outcomes. IntelliBoard supports all parts of the learning process, including helping faculty to prepare for each new term, tracking student participation and engagement from day one in each course, monitoring student progress in assigned work throughout the term, and helping instructors to manage grading student work. Our integrated predictive learning analytics solution lets your institution define success measurements and predictor variables based on any data in your system, and it can be used in reports to drive automated notifications to instructors, students, academic success staff, or others involved in the learning process. InContact allows instructors and staff to log and track communications with students. At the end of each term, statistics can be displayed by department or other organizational structures, and detailed content usage reports can drive informed design decisions for the next term. IntelliBoard provides dozens of default reports and dashboards, which can be fully customized using our powerful visual builder, or create new custom reports from scratch. We currently integrate with all major learning management system platforms and several additional systems, with more integrations being added all the time. Data is digested and organized through our unified tables to easily answer the key questions relevant to all stakeholders in higher education. Import additional data or create your own tables using our Inform tool. We secure and back up your data for a truly turnkey solution. With years of experience in higher education learning analytics, IntelliBoard is ready to be your partner in supporting quality learning. Schedule an informative meeting with one of our e-learning experts today.
You may be surprised by the origins of Big Blue Button, the world's first open-source virtual classroom software. It was conceived and built in a Canadian university classroom rather than in a boardroom, and we're proud of this distinction. Big Blue Button is open source, which means it's free to download, install, and use. And with constant input from our worldwide community of teachers and developers, the product is always improving and adding new features. It's also available in 65 languages, making it a truly global teaching platform. If it looks familiar to you, there's a good reason why. Big Blue Button has been embedded into 5 of the world's most popular learning management systems, whose collective users account for more than 70% of the LMS market. And because it's already embedded into the LMS, it's easy and safe to use. There's no need to install new software, and external logins to enter online classes are a thing of the past. The best way to stay up to date is by visiting our website. There you'll learn about our features, share in user success stories, and learn about hosting options and support from companies such as Blindside Networks. Visit bigbluebutton.org.
platform that enables you to record, share, and manage all of your video content. With Panopto, you get a secure video library for publishing and sharing your recorded lectures, flipped classroom videos, student assignments, campus events, and more. This video library integrates with popular LMSs, including Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, D2L, and Sakai. One of Panopto's unique features is the ability to search inside your videos. For every video uploaded, Panopto indexes the instructor's speech and any text that appears on screen. As a result, your students can find and fast forward to any word spoken or shown in any video. This enables them to learn at their own pace, study more effectively, and engage in class without the need to scribble notes. Panopto also supports interactive video quizzing. This enables your faculty to create online assessments, embed them directly inside their videos, and test student comprehension. Once a quiz has been taken, instructors can see the results for the entire class and for individual students. Uploading your existing videos and creating new ones with Panopto is also easy. For your existing video files, simply drag and drop them into your video library. Panopto will convert the videos for optimal playback on any device. For capturing new videos, Panopto includes an easy-to-use app that runs on Windows PCs and Macs. Simply launch the app, click record, and Panopto will capture your video, the content of your screen, and any additional video sources that you choose. You can also schedule recordings and webcasts in advance. This enables your faculty to simply walk into the classroom and begin teaching without the need to ever touch Panopto. And with Panopto's unique remote control, you can securely manage your AV infrastructure from anywhere in the world using your phone. When your recording is finished, Panopto automatically uploads the video to your portal. And in a few minutes, you get a professional-looking presentation that looks like this. Panopto syncs your video and on-screen content, generates a table of contents and thumbnails, and indexes your video for search. If you want to make changes to your video, Panopto includes an easy-to-use editor that runs in any web browser. Here, you can trim out parts of the video you don't want, you can create quizzes, you can upload slides and sync those with a video, and for multi-camera lectures and events, you can switch cameras directly from within the editor. If you're an EdTech administrator, you'll find that Panopto is easy to deploy and manage. Your faculty will appreciate how easy Panopto is to use, and students will appreciate the fact that Panopto just works on whatever device they happen to be using. To see a demo or request a free trial of Panopto, contact us and we can get you started today.
As the global cloud market landscape continues to expand, the Philippines is on the verge of a cloud revolution, with a sharp rise in demand for innovative and reliable
publishing and sharing your recorded lectures, Panopto is a platform that enables you to record, share, and manage all of your video content. With Panopto, you get a secure video library for publishing and sharing your recorded lectures, flipped classroom videos, student assignments, campus events, and more. This video library integrates with popular LMSs, including Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, D2L, and Sakai. One of Panopto's unique features is the ability to search inside your videos. For every video uploaded, Panopto indexes the instructor's speech and any text that appears on screen. As a result, your students can find and fast forward to any word spoken or shown in any video. This enables them to learn at their own pace, study more effectively, and engage in class without the need to scribble notes. Panopto also supports interactive video quizzing. This enables your faculty to create online assessments, embed them directly inside their videos, and test student comprehension. Once a quiz has been taken, instructors can see the results for the entire class and for individual students. Uploading your existing videos and creating new ones with Panopto is also easy. For your existing video files, simply drag and drop them into your video library. Panopto will convert the videos for optimal playback on any device. For capturing new videos, Panopto includes an easy-to-use app that runs on Windows PCs and Macs. Simply launch the app, click record, and Panopto will capture your video, the content of your screen, and any additional video sources that you choose. You can also schedule recordings and webcasts in advance. This enables your faculty to simply walk into the classroom and begin teaching without the need to ever touch Panopto. And with Panopto's unique remote control, you can securely manage your AV infrastructure from anywhere in the world using your phone. When your recording is finished, Panopto automatically uploads the video to your portal. And in a few minutes, you get a professional-looking presentation that looks like this. Panopto syncs your video and on-screen content, generates a table of contents and thumbnails, and indexes your video for search. If you want to make changes to your video, Panopto includes an easy-to-use editor that runs in any web browser. Here, you can trim out parts of the video you don't want, you can create quizzes, you can upload slides and sync those with a video, and for multi-camera lectures and events, you can switch cameras directly from within the editor. If you're an EdTech administrator, you'll find that Panopto is easy to deploy and manage. Your faculty will appreciate how easy Panopto is to use, and students will appreciate the fact that Panopto just works on whatever device they happen to be using. To see a demo or request a free trial of Panopto, contact us and we can get you started today.
As the global cloud market landscape continues to expand, the Philippines is on the verge of a cloud revolution, with a sharp rise in demand for innovative and reliable cloud-based services. Today, cloud computing is central to the digitalization of businesses in the Philippines and around the globe. 88% of companies in the Philippines are now more supportive of using cloud solutions to grow their businesses compared to the pre-pandemic times. Alibaba Cloud, a leading cloud service provider in APAC and the technology backbone of Alibaba Group, is at the forefront of accelerating digital transformation in the Philippines by providing the best of the Alibaba ecosystem to local businesses. With the launch of the first ever data center in the Philippines and dedicated local support in the region, Alibaba Cloud makes it easier for local businesses, individuals, and startups to start their digital transformation journey with high performance, secure, cost-effective, and reliable computing services. We don't stop there. With the formation of the Philippines Ecosystem Alliance, Alibaba Group envisions further accelerating the digitalization of local businesses and supporting the government's cloud-first policy. Through this alliance, Alibaba Cloud aims to train 50,000 local experts and enthusiasts, certify at least 10,000 IT professionals, and help 5,000 businesses migrate online by 2023. Alibaba Cloud supports businesses across the globe with a world-class technology portfolio of 200-plus cloud solutions and services. It empowers leading Filipino brands such as GCash, Kumu, UBX, and Lazada, along with numerous global brands across verticals such as financial services, technology, retail, e-commerce, media and entertainment, manufacturing, aviation, and logistics. Let's take a sneak peek at how the Alibaba Cloud Philippines team supports local businesses to enhance their IT system reliability, flexibility, and security. GCash, a growing fintech company, partnered with Alibaba Cloud for scaling IT infrastructure in real time to seamlessly handle a 3.7 times growth in monthly active users over a year. Another fintech company called UBX adopted Zolaza's Real ID eKYC solution provided by Alibaba Cloud for streamlining the customer authentication process to achieve high accuracy and reduce identity fraud up to 100%. Alibaba Cloud is also powering Kumu, the dynamic live streaming entertainment platform designed for Filipinos, with its powerful, elastic, and scalable cloud computing technologies to better support the application's exponential demand growth and provide curators and viewers with rich and smooth experiences. Wait no more. Get access to innovative and reliable cloud solutions with Alibaba Cloud and start your cloud journey now. Visit ph.alibabacloud.com.
Your learning management system is full of data about the teaching and learning process at your institution. Use IntelliBoard to combine that data with your student information system, web conferencing system, attendance tracking, and other learning technology data to provide a full, holistic picture of your students, instructors, and the learning process, leading you to improved educational outcomes. IntelliBoard supports all parts of the learning process, including helping faculty to prepare for each new term, tracking student participation and engagement from day one in each course, monitoring student progress in assigned work throughout the term, and helping instructors to manage grading student work. Our integrated predictive learning analytics solution lets your institution define success measurements and predictor variables based on any data in your system, and it can be used in reports to drive automated notifications to instructors, students, academic success staff, or others involved in the learning process. InContact allows instructors and staff to log and track communications with students. At the end of each term, statistics can be displayed by department or other organizational structures, and detailed content usage reports can drive informed design decisions for the next term. IntelliBoard provides dozens of default reports and dashboards, which can be fully customized using our powerful visual builder, or create new custom reports from scratch. We currently integrate with all major learning management system platforms and several additional systems, with more integrations being added all the time. Data is digested and organized through our unified tables to easily answer the key questions relevant to all stakeholders in higher education. Import additional data or create your own tables using our Inform tool. We secure and back up your data for a truly turnkey solution. With years of experience in higher education learning analytics, IntelliBoard is ready to be your partner in supporting quality learning. Schedule an informative meeting with one of our e-learning experts today.
You may be surprised by the origins of Big Blue Button, the world's first open source virtual classroom software. It was conceived and built in a Canadian university classroom rather than in a boardroom, and we're proud of this distinction. Big Blue Button is open source, which means it's free to download, install, and use. And with constant input from our worldwide community of teachers and developers, the product is always improving and adding new features. It's also available in 65 languages, making it a truly global teaching platform. If it looks familiar to you, there's a good reason why. Big Blue Button has been embedded into 5 of the world's most popular learning management systems, whose collective users account for more than 70% of the LMS market. And because it's already embedded into the LMS, it's easy and safe to use. There's no need to install new software, and external logins to enter online classes are a thing of the past. The best way to stay up to date is by visiting our website. There you'll learn about our features, share in user success stories, and learn about hosting options and support from companies such as Blindside Networks. Visit bigbluebutton.org.
All right. Hi. Welcome back, everyone. So how was your lunch? I hope you had a good lunch. So we are halfway through and we have 3 more expert speakers for the day. But before that, we encourage you to share and post your favorite lines from your favorite speakers on Twitter and Facebook and use the hashtag MoodPH22. Remember that participants who have the most number of shared posts using the said hashtag will receive a prize on day 3. Also, we will also be having a raffle draw later, so stay tuned for the Google form that our organizers will send in the comment or chat box for your raffle entry. Now, okay, allow me to open our 3rd talk session for the day. Our speaker is the APAC Regional Sales Manager of IntelliBoard. He is French, but lives in Hawaii after spending 6 years in Shanghai and Beijing, China. He has been working in the digital sector for the last 10 years and is helping educational institutions in the APAC region for the last 2 years. He is technology savvy and loves helping people resolve their issues. Ladies and gentlemen, please all welcome our next speaker who will be presenting about the future of learning analytics, Mr. Pierre Daguzan. All right. While we're waiting for our speaker, just some reminders, for today. So you may post your questions on the forum found in each course. So if you have questions at the end of each presentation, please feel free to post them on different platforms. May it be YouTube, here on Zoom, or on Facebook. So now I believe we already have our speaker. It is my honor to welcome our speaker, Ms. Natalia Dovan.
Hi, team. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for the last moment change. Our speaker, Pierre Daguzan, we got late notice that he got sick, so I will be presenting today instead of him. My name is Natalia. I am Client Success and Lead Technician here in IntelliBoard. I work close with Pierre, so there will be not much difference between overview of the IntelliBoard text. Let me quickly go ahead and share my screen, and this will be my screen. I hope you all can see my screen well now. So today we will have just a quick peek, a quick overview of our IntelliBoard text, our new platform that will allow you to see the new data, how the data can be transformed, and how IntelliBoard can influence your learning outcomes. The idea of IntelliBoard Next is really to take the data to the next level and to ultimately improve your learning outcomes. We are a data company and we are a learning analytics company that first and foremost is focusing on the completion of the courses, success of your students, and making sure that the learning outcomes are met successfully. As you can see here in our script, we have created a quick overview of how IntelliBoard can eventually help you improve learning analytics. And today we will go over all of those steps just to show you how potentially IntelliBoard can be your friend and can help you with your learning outcomes. I will start with the integrations, and this is something you saw previously in our video before the presentation. So as we mentioned in the video, we are currently integrating with all top-level learning management systems. We are also working on expanding our list of multiple LMSs. So if you have anything in addition to your Moodle LMS, know that we will be able to cover you. In addition to learning management system, we are now also integrating with student information system, HR systems, and CRMs. We are also integrating with conferencing tools like Blackboard Collaborate, Big Blue Button, Zoom, and we are also working on Teams integration. So if you guys using Teams, if you're using Zoom, if you're using any other conferencing tools, know that we can have the integration for you and you can combine your LMS data together with your conferencing tools. In case if you have the systems that are not integrated with IntelliBoard, or those are third-party tools that are not yet available in your LMS, or you are using, for example, files or spreadsheets where you are saving, where you are noting your data. So in this case, IntelliBoard have created additional feature called Inform, in which you can bring in data from any third-party tools, and then you can use it and combine it in one report. As the example here through the Inform, you can import data automatically. So you can have CSV or Excel file with the data that does not live on your LMS or any other platforms that you have integrated with IntelliBoard. You can just simply upload it into IntelliBoard and we will store it in our servers. And then it will become your data point that you can add into any report. Similarly, if you have any data points that you are adding manually into your files, for example, or any other platforms, we have ability to create manual Inform tables that are going to allow you to input data directly into IntelliBoard. When you input manually data into IntelliBoard, again, we will transform it into the data point, we will store it, and then you can use this as the entry form where you can add any new information, any new data point into IntelliBoard directly, and then use it as the combination with your reports. As the example for today's presentation, I prepared dashboard, and dashboard is one of the features that we have in our IntelliBoard. So with IntelliBoard, we have ability to create multiple dashboards and multiple reports that you can use for your learning analytics. I will go to our today's dashboard. And then from here, I will go to our learner success and progress report. There we go. And this learner success and progress report is the perfect example of the combination of those different sources that you can combine into one platform. For those of you who already know IntelliBoard, who have experienced our previous platform, this report will be familiar for you. This report is great as it can show you the progress of your users, as well as it can show you your at-risk students. So from here, you can quickly see your students, their course enrollment, their current progress in the course. You can see their progression bar compared to the class average. You can see their grades, and then you can see quick comparison of the activities they have completed. addition we have in IntelliBoard is page views, time spent, and bus participation. These data points are recorded specifically by IntelliBoard. So IntelliBoard will ping your users for their time spent in the activities. So in this case, for example, we will ping your users every 30 seconds to receive proof of engagement. If after that ping, IntelliBoard does not receive any proof of engagement from the user, we will automatically stop tracking their time in the course, activity, or system. In this way, it allows us to show you only the actual time the user was active and was actually spending time and participating in the platform. Regarding participation, it's also going to be IntelliBoard unique time tracking, as we will be seeking for the actual user engagement and participation in the activity. It can be submission of the activity, it can be quiz completion, it can be anything within LMS that proves that user have actually accessed and engaged with the content of the course or activity or system in general. In addition, in this report, I have added combination of our student information data from Ellucian. And then in addition to this, we can easily add our inform data. And to do this, we can simply go into the settings and we can quickly add the report. And when we add this report, it will bring us into our visual builder. Our visual builder is combining your LMS database tables as well as dynamic tables. So it makes it very easy for us to pull out all unique information from your learning management system into one place. And then you can combine all the data into one report and you can add additional formulas, calculations, conditional formatting, and other modifiers to your data. So it's no longer going to be just raw data from your LMS. Example from here, we have the columns where you can see information from your learning management system, and you can add any additional information to this report. You can just select the actions or the areas you would want to add. We also have our IntelliBoard unique time tracking tables here. In addition, you will see your student information system. In our case, I have in our demo site Ellucian connected, so I can see all Ellucian data. And when I need to add any information, I just need to select it from here and it will be automatically added to report. In addition, here is the example of how our integration with conferencing tools will look. So when you have the connection with your conferencing tool, it will be also available in your builder. So you can come here and add this data into any report, any dashboard within your IntelliBoard. And also from here, you can also see our inform tables. So here in our demo site, we have brought extracurricular activities and departments into our IntelliBoard account. And then from here, I can just add all this data that I have brought through the inform, and I can add it and combine it with my LMS data. From here, it's a really powerful tool that allows you to add different resources, different data points into one place, and then you can play with it to add different filters, and you are no longer limited to specific filters as in previous platform. You can create and you can build filters based on any data point within your builder. You can create different formats, you can switch columns around, you can change the colors of the columns, you can add conditional formatting, you can add formulas, and you can add calculations. And just to show you an example of the formulas and calculations and how powerful those tools could be, I will go into our next report, which is pacing report. Let's just wait it for a moment. And let me just save it to preview so I can go into that specific report. So with those calculations, what you can do is you can go into your builder, and for example, you can create calculation for something that you expect. For example, in our pacing report, we will see that we have created calculation on how many activities we are expecting students to complete on the daily basis. And we have compared, and let me just go to that report. There we go. So from here, we have added our student information from the LMS. And then from here, we created the calculation for the activities we expect students to complete in this course on daily basis, as well as we have created calculation for what students actually submitting in this course on daily basis. With this information, it will be super easy for you to see if the students are actually following the the expectations that you have set, and that's not necessarily have to be activity completion. You can define what data, what expectations you would want to calculate, you would want to add, and then out of those comparison, you can create conditional formatting that can display for you if the user is on pace or off pace. For example, when we have students that are not submitting activities as we are expecting in this course, we can quickly see that this course is off pace. And then for instructor, it's going to be great hint where he needs to go and where he needs to review information on their students, how they're engaging, and maybe they can compare this report where they can see off-pace students with the report we reviewed just above, where they can filter, for example, by the completions of the activities, or when they can filter by the users access to the activities, so they can quickly see who from the students haven't completed activities or haven't accessed the course or activities in general. So this will be really powerful combination of different data points you can add. In addition, not only you can define if your course is off pace or on pace, but you can create similar report, but based on your student information. In this case, we also have report for pacing, but in this case, we have students, we have their expected end date, and this is the formula we have created. This data point does not live in your LMS. So we took the student enrollment to the course and we have added the length of the course that we expect, and then we receive that expected date of the student completion. In addition, in this report, we added few additional calculations, how many days are students enrolled in the course since the start of the course. And we also have the same calculation for the activity expected for completion per day and the actual user completion per day. And then again, based on these information, based on the user completion status, based on the user enrollment into the course, we can then create a conditional formatting that can allow us to see if the student is on pace or off pace. Let me just quickly move it. And then here you can create a conditional format where you can see which of the students are off pace. If you're admin, you can then quickly export this report and you can send it to the instructor saying that these are the list of the students that are at risk, that are off pace in your course, and you need to do further engagement with the students. Or if you're a teacher, it will be really easy for you to find your students who are at risk, and you will know easily who do you need to reach out and whose progress you need to focus on. In addition to all those reports we now have predictive learning analytics. Predictive learning analytics tool, it allows us to analyze the history of your data of your site and then look at the data as the success story. And then out of that success story, we can create the predictions on where we can now review and compare the current user behavior with your historical data. And then based on that historical data and the current behavior of users, we can predict if potentially they are going to be successful in the course or not. In order to create those predictive analytics, you can pre-create report that allows you to build a predictive model. In this case, you can decide whatever is important for you as the success and whatever data you would want to use for your prediction. In our case, in our example, we have the user information and their enrollment into the course. And our main point for creating this specific prediction, we have added their actual grade in the course, their length they've been enrolled in the course, and we have calculated their time spent. We have calculated their visits and participations, as well as the activity in the activities that they are engaging. In this case, it was assignment, quiz, and forum. Again, this is just the example. You can define the success points for yourself and you can use it for your predictive analytics. When we have this report pre-built, we can simply go back into our apps. It will be all the way on the top, and out of that report, you can build that predictive model. So when I click on the predictive models, it will redirect me to the area where I can build that specific prediction. I can train that prediction, and then I can create a report out of that prediction. So this is going to be the area where you can present, or you can create your predictive models. Now, when we are going back to the dashboard, I have also selected the example report that we created already out of the predictions that we have previously built on our demo site. And this is something you also can create on your end. So this report is the example of the prediction we have trained and we have received. In this case, we took away the user ID because it's not super nice and easy to read for instructors. I don't think instructors would remember IDs of their students, and that would be more pleasant to see the names of the courses of students. So here we have decided to see only student name, course name. We added the risk prediction based on the predictive analytics that we have received. And then here we see the current progress of the student in the course. We can see their current progress of the completions. We see their grades. We see their time spent visit and participation, as well as their engagement with the activities and resources. And in this specific report, we have added additional information about their teacher and in contact. In contact is our communication tool that allows instructors to enter communications between their students. In this case, it would be useful, and we will go over in contact just in a moment. But in this case, in contact is useful because not only you can see the predictions, not only you can see their engagement with the course, but you can also see the communication, if the communication have happened with your instructor and students. So this number of the in contact is going to show the actual activities, the actual communications that instructor have done with their students. And then out of those prediction, again, we can add a little customization to this column, and we can make it as the conditional formatting, where we can again see those red pills, where we can see if the student is at risk or not. So let me just sort it to show you the example. And then over here, we can see that conditional formatting, where we can see which student is at risk. Out of all of these reports, out of the combination of these different reports, what we can do is we now have the custom notification creator. So for example, when you have this prediction completed, when you have created report out of that prediction that has combination of the at-risk information from the predictive model, when it has user actual engagement with the courses, resources, and it has combination with your student information data or the data that you brought through the inform or your in contact information. And when it all combined in one comprehensive report, you can then build custom notification that can be sent to the end user. For example, and then here we will have notification creator. So for example, if you would want to send that report to the teacher, you can quickly build the report. You could filter that notification with needed data points. And here you could name and you can give description of what this notification is going to tell to the end user. You can select to whom it's going to be sent. Control report is when you select report and you send information to users in that report, in case if you would want to send it to teachers or students. And then here you can select that control report. And for example, I will select our predictive model report. Let me just quickly look for it. There we go. And then when we selected the report, this notification creator will allow us to filter that report with important data points for us. These filters are not limited. You can customize that report with multiple filters for different data points that are important for you to filter it and then create it in the notification and send it to the end user. So this tool is going to be super powerful, and it will allow you to quickly build custom notification and send it to the end user only with the data that is important to them. When we go back, we also have the in contact, and in contact is our communication hub. So we all know that our instructors, they are communicating with students. And for example, if instructors see that student is not successful or student had issues or had difficulties with completing course, and then instructor have done specific actions to help that student, and they have worked on specific steps. They identified what were the issue of the student, and they have defined what are the next steps have to be taken. When all that communication is happening, instructor need to save the conversation somewhere so they know what was discussed, when the discussion happened, and what are the next steps. To make it easier for instructors, we created In Contact. It's our communication hub where instructor can come and they can log the communication they have done with their student. So then we will transform it into the data point, and then instructor can quickly see, for example, if those communications happening, helping their students to be successful, or are those communications are not super helpful and they need to change the way how they communicating to students, or maybe change the strategy how they help their students. In this case, instructor will see all their students. They can filter by courses, they can filter by communication type, they can filter by behavior. This is more common for United States, but this column is customizable, so it's not necessarily has to be behavior. It could be skill set, it could be training programs. You could add any data point you would want to additionally filter the communication of your instructors. And then from here, instructor just quickly can click on plus and he can log the information on what they have discussed with the student. For example, we have sent to the instructor the report or the notification with the prediction, right, that told that this student, Marian, potentially can be at risk, looking at her current behavior and comparing it with your historical data. In this case, instructor went to the instructor and they had, went to the student and they had conversation about student engagement and student progress in the course. And then they have identified specific steps. For example, discussed the issues that student has with topic, or as the example, right? And then instructor can identify in more details what the conversation was about. In addition, instructor can add the data points from your learning management system. In our case, if a student who's at risk, the great examples of the at risk could be grade, could be their last submission or their last score in the assignment, and you can just quickly select the data point that you would want to add in addition to your conversation. You mark it complete, you click OK, and it automatically creates the communication of the instructor. Yep, I didn't select the communication. So for example, you did the email communication, I can click add, and then it will automatically add the communication I had with my student. When I added this information, IntelliBoard saved it in the backend in our server. And then when I go to my IntelliBoard and when I go to example dashboards we have created for In Contact, and this is something similar you can create for your instructors. An instructor can then quickly come and see how many communications he have done with each of his students in the course, right? He can quickly see which of the students have not received any communications from him. From here, instructor can quickly see how many communications he have done with student and what is their current grade. So in this case, they can have a quick correlation between their number of communication with the student and grade. And if instructor can see that he have done multiple communications, for example, over 10 communications with the students, but their grade is still low, in this case, instructor might think about the strategy, how he's communicating with students, and if the communications, if the information he's providing to his students are actually helping them. In addition, instructors can create for themselves a quick reminder of when is the next communication they need to do with their student. This is the example of the report they can have, where we can see the information about their students, the course where they are involved, when the instructor first time talked to the student, when was the last communication. And then when they add formula, they can add, for example, last contact date plus 14 days for the formula creation, and then they will receive their next contact date. And then again, they can transform it into notification that can be sent to them as the reminder on the day when they need to communicate with their students and which of the students have to be communicated with. And then also in addition, not only you can add this and create your own data, but you can add this data into any existing report you will have in your IntelliBoard. As the example here, we have information about the login log details about communications, where we can have information about students And then not only we can add dates and specific information about communication, but we can also add the actual conversation that instructor had with the student. So this could be something helpful for instructor when they need to quickly see, okay, what was the last communication with my student and what was the last discussion we had with them? And then they can quickly see it under discussion column. So in nutshell, it's just very quick and very brief overview of IntelliBoard Next. We have a lot of features coming up that are going to be super excited to share with you guys. We also have ability to synchronize your users from LMS. So whomever within your organization needs to see specific data points, for example, teachers, for example, instructors, or for example, course creators, you can create data points or dashboards that can be available only for them. And then you can quickly synchronize them from your LMS. So their LMS permissions will be automatically picked up by IntelliBoard. And then, for example, they can see something like this, or if you have instructor dashboard, that is default example for your instructors, where they can quickly see the progress of their students in the courses. For example, they can see the news grading, which of their courses has submissions of their students. When they see the number of submissions, they can either go into details and they can see the detailed list of the students who have submitted activities in the particular course. The way we do it is we can now link all data points together, and then when you click on one area in the report, it will automatically update the rest of the reports. Again, example here is not only seeing who from the students have submitted what activities under details, but also when I clicked on the course, it updated course grade distribution, where I can now see the grade progress of my students. And then if I see that I have tons of students who have low grades in their course, I can go again into details and I can then see the list of the students, for example, who have grade D. We can also create the correlation of student time spent and grade inside the course. And we can also create the quick correlation, and example of this data is going to be time spent and page views of the students in the activity types, activity resources you are adding into your course. And again, each of these monitors can have its own details button where you can go and see in details each student, their time spent, their page views, their engagement and participation with the activity resources in the course. Similar data points, similar dashboards can be created for students where they can see their own progress in the courses and they know what their next steps are. And you can also create for them the conditional notifications that can be sent to them, for example, saying, you haven't been active in your course for 7 days, you need to re-engage. Or for example, your activity grade was not submitted, and it can be some sort of reminder for them that they have activity to submit based on the due date. So IntelliBoard can give you the flexibility with all those data points, all the data combinations within your platform, and you can just nicely and easy combine it into one report that can be customized and can be shared with different roles and with the data permissions that they need. This is just quick overview, and definitely we have a lot to talk in IntelliBoard Next. So if you are interested, know that we have dedicated webinars, not only to general overview of IntelliBoard Next, but we also have detailed webinars about each feature of the IntelliBoard, like builder functionality, like inform, in contact, conditional notifications, as well as predictive analytics. So if you would want to have one-on-one call, you can reach out to us to help us, and my colleagues are going to drop links into the chat box. So if you would want to have dedicated one-on-one demo, you can reach out to your LMS provider, or you can reach out to us at helpdesk@intelliboard.net, and we will be most happy to loop with you, your LMS provider, and give you a quick overview of IntelliBoard, and then talk about your needs, talk about your solutions and your expectations. Or if you would want to see just more about IntelliBoard before you have one-on-one call, you can always register to our webinars. You can join us at any time. Even if the webinar is interesting, but it's not in your time zone, don't worry, you can still register and we will send you the recording of that webinar. So again, feel free to register for webinars, reach out to us at helpdesk@intelliboard.net or to your LMS provider, and we will be most happy to help you with any questions and provide you with the demo specifically based on your needs. Any questions we have today, we can answer during today's presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Natalia Dovan, for that presentation. At this point, we will be entertaining questions from our audience. So for those on Zoom, YouTube, Facebook, if you have questions, please feel free to post them.
Yep. And then if you don't have questions right now, no worries. We have helpdesk@intelliboard.net. So feel free to drop your questions there and we will be also happy to help you.
Yeah, so kindly send a message to helpdesk@intelliboard.net. Or you can also try helpdesk or intelliboard.net/events. All right, I believe there are no questions on our platforms. Thank you very much, Ma'am Natalia, for taking time to present in this year's conference. Please also extend our gratitude to IntelliBoard for being our gold sponsor and partner in making this event possible. Once again, a round of applause for Ms. Natalia Dovan.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, so moving on to our fourth talk session. So our speaker is a dynamic international speaker and trainer, a professor of research, educational management, and social sciences. He has conducted numerous professional trainings in various aspects of educational management and leadership, such as faculty capacity building, curriculum designing, instructional designing, syllabus writing, criterion-defined formative and summative assessments designing, outcomes-based education with various universities and schools in the Philippines and abroad. He has also a decade of transnational education experience with various delivery modalities, including online systems covering high school to doctoral level. He is a registered author with the Philippine National Book Development Board and has authored and co-authored several textbooks and professional books in the fields of research methods, education, and social sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce our next speaker who will be discussing beyond synchronous and asynchronous dichotomy in the current education discourse. Let us all welcome Dr. Elias Sampa. All right, so as we await our speaker, just to reiterate, you can send your concerns or questions to IntelliBoard, which is helpdesk@intelliboard.net. Okay. Also, for those who will have questions in our remaining speakers, feel free to post them on YouTube, Facebook, or on Zoom, whichever is more convenient for you. Also, we would like to invite everyone to enroll in the Moot PH22 courses and complete the activities there. So the instructions on how to enroll were already sent to your respective emails. Of course, also we encourage everyone to share or post your favorite lines from your favorite speakers on Twitter and Facebook and use the hashtag MoodPH22 because participants who have the most number of shared posts using this hashtag will receive a prize tomorrow. So aside from that, we also have a raffle draw later. So I believe that our organizers have already sent the Google form, which you can fill out so that probably you will be one of the lucky winners of the minor prize, which is 700 pesos worth of a gift. You know, we've been very lucky because we have sponsors who are always there to make this event possible. So we would like to thank our gold sponsors, of course, Panopto, Alibaba Cloud, and IntelliBoard. And of course, our pro sponsor, Blindside Networks. Okay, we also suggest that our participants refrain from posting your personal email addresses or personal information on our chat box for privacy purposes. Okay, also, Nifila Web and Moodle has a Facebook page, so please don't forget to like our Facebook page and subscribe to our YouTube channel. So we are just on the second day of this 3-day conference, and unlike the previous years, this is a purely virtual conference. But despite that, we are happy that our participants are participative and active. So if you have questions, please feel free to just post them on our different platforms. So Dr. Elias is actually our fourth speaker for the day, and we have actually 5. So after him, we still have 1 more. So please stay until the end of the program, because all our speakers are definitely worth the wait. Also, if you have time, you can access the program toolkit, which was already forwarded to you, because you can see there the programs, the background information about our speakers. And if you take a look at the Mood PH 22 courses, there are different activities there that you could accomplish. Okay, so this year's theme is Educators Thriving Amidst the Pandemic, Adapting to Change and Learning as One. This is actually very timely because this is the 3rd year of the pandemic here in the Philippines, 2020, 2021, 2022. So we should all be able to adapt to the changes, not just in the academe, but also in the different platforms here in our country. So earlier today, we were very lucky because one of the speakers was from the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, and he discussed how important intellectual property is, and that ignorance is never an excuse for us. Also, we had earlier in the day, one of our first speakers, actually the first speaker, was the founder of Moodle himself, and it's such an honor to have him in our program. So it's Mr. Martin de Llamas. And after that, earlier, we also had a speaker an educator based in South India. So we were very lucky to have Mr. Ravi Murugesan. So it's just a glimpse of what this conference this year has to offer. So tomorrow there are more speakers. Maybe allow me to give you a brief run through of what you'll be expecting tomorrow. So we will have Mr. Frederick Dixon tomorrow, also Mr. Wilbin Pagtaconan, we will also have we also have a representative from TESDA tomorrow, Ms. Redeline Agub, who will be discussing the TESDA online program or National TVET Learning Management System. Oh, there. So I believe that, okay, so we already have our speaker for this session, is already here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce our next speaker who will be discussing beyond synchronous and asynchronous dichotomy in the current education discourse. Let us all welcome Dr. Elias Sampa.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. So it's really a great pleasure to be part of the team again this year, and to reflect on the work that all of you are doing right now in the space of education. So just allow me to bring up my PowerPoint. Yes, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Yes, so we are calling it beyond synchronous and asynchronous dichotomy in the current education discourse. I decided to take up this particular subject matter because it's something that is so much in use as a currency in the educational discourse. And I'm not exactly sure whether it has to be the center of our educational discourse as we try to navigate the possibilities and options that are available, including what Moodlemoot has brought to us in terms of making technology accessible and making platforms accessible to educators and students alike. So I'll begin by expressly describing who I am. I'm an OBE practitioner. And so the perspective that I bring to the conversation, because most of you are designers, you are designing instruction, you are trying to deliver using all the best platforms we have that are not so costly, but at the same time, they enable us to overcome the challenge of digital divide that has been always a subject matter around the world in terms of how do we make the possibility of every single child and every teacher to use these possibilities in order to make education so accessible and easy to manage. So that's quite a lot of great job that we are doing. So I have an unwavering faith in OBE as a best philosophy or pathway to transforming education. I've always looked at education very much in recent years, in the past many years, decades, has the tendency to exclude. So it has been an educational system where we have tended to exclude. Basically, we do everything we can to remove some people from the educational system because we call them that they are not smart enough. And so, or maybe they are not educable. So we try to find ways to simply cater to those who are really like gifted, so to speak. We also have the idea that education has to be considered a socialization framework. It's through education that we come to understand our roles in society, our place in society. And it's through educational system in modern history that we come to understand much of our cultural space and how to participate in it. Now, that is the one side of the equation, but at the same time, we have forgotten to try to listen to the people undergoing education. What about the student? What do students bring to the educational space, to the learning space? What I think about all the time is actually to consider learners as people who bring something to the school system. They bring knowledge, they bring skills. Therefore, education is not just a giving system, it's also a receiving system. If education stops learning, we become ignorant. No matter how smart we may think we are, but we become ignorant. So the learners are not passive people who come to receive information, but they come to school to expand our consciousness, to expand the educational curriculum, to expand things that we try to do and realize in the school system. Therefore, the idea that we have to be thinking about education as something that also needs to be transformed and agently so in the name of resocialization and reculturation system. So our calling in the school, in the educational space, is really to unleash and to realize our full human potential. When we believe that every person who comes to school has something, and that they are endowed with a lot of beauty and intelligence and wisdom and creativity and innovation, and we allow the school system to be that space where they can explore who they can fully be and realize themselves. I've been reflecting a lot about this. If you look at much of what's happening, many big ideas that are happening in the world that are shaping our society, it's unfortunate to say that majority of them are taking place outside of the school system. So people have to graduate before they can think creatively. People have to get out of the school before they can innovate, because the school system doesn't allow you to innovate. All it tells you is listen, take your notes, and take the quizzes. And so whether we are doing that in an explicit way, there's a lot of that in the implicit sense. And that's the idea that I would like to speak to, because the beauty of this community here is that all of you are designers and people who are trying hard to reach out to the learners. And some of you are learners, students, who are trying to expand opportunity to understanding, to expand your skills, your sets of abilities, and everything else. So it's important to keep this in mind. So a focus on outcomes means that all the inputs, the processes, and outputs are flexible resources. In other words, whether a student has access to a platform or not, whether they are using a module, whatever it is, that's secondary. If the focus of learning, of getting to educate a human being, is really about the outcomes, meaning to say what a person is able to become based on everything that has been endowed in him or her by the creator, then education just becomes a place where we get activated, and everything else are more like flexible resources. So our mission today, really, I would like to speak to the idea of talking a little bit about how our current system is shaping up a discourse about synchronous and asynchronous in a sense that is making like potential explanations to what is working and what is not working. When as a matter of fact, synchronous or asynchronous, at the end of the day, we are running schools, we are operating schools in order to facilitate the education of the humans. It's about the outcomes, it's about what human beings become. And whether, you know, people are successful or not, it's not something to be determined by the question of synchronous or asynchronous. Okay. I'll also speak quickly on the element of how the same mindset seems to be corrupting our culture of research, where much of the research happening in the school systems, as fallen short of really meeting the criteria for this powerful resource that is there to transform society, to make our life better, you know, to innovate, to create. The school research has tended to be so much about taking surveys, you know, stuff that, you know, there's no value at all. So in other words, much of the academic researches we are seeing in our schools and universities actually has no value in terms of how it can contribute to the improvement of our society. Everything about education is about the transformation of humanity. It's about the transformation of the environment. It's about making us better humans and making us contribute to our societies, to our communities. And that's where these two things are tied together. So when we think about designing in a way that we are targeting building people and transforming people in whatever platform and system we are using, front-loading curriculum tells us that we need to be conscious of what exactly we want to happen, and then we design backwards. And so in this reflection, therefore, the role of chronos, or time in teaching and learning, becomes something that is completely flexible if we front load, because front loading means we put forward first that which we want to realize, that which we want to accomplish through the educational process. Attending classes or accessing the materials and resources is just a means, it's not an end. Those materials may work for one, may not work for another person. But what matters at the end of the day is, are we really getting our society where it's supposed to be in terms of our politics, in terms of our economics, in terms of our technologies, in terms of our social lives and rich cultural experience? It's about all of these things. So why we have to center our design process, instructional design processes, on outcomes, it's because learning outcomes indeed are centerpiece of our design. They enable everything we do. Sometimes we get frustrated. Oh my gosh, the technology has given me some problems. Maybe something is not working quite well. The truth is, if we are clear with the outcomes, anything that we are going to design and make available through the platforms that are accessible and available to our students can actually lead us to successful learning. We are going to have a society where everybody is successful. It's not a society that is structured to create failures, but a society that is structured to ensure that every single human being, every single child born of humankind can be a contributor and a receiver to society. And a society that is defined by human beings who are equally empowered is a better society, because it makes everybody find their space and it makes us, all of us, successful as humans. So by centering on learning outcomes, we are talking about statements of abilities that a graduate develops after completing a program. Defining learning outcomes enable clear communication of expectations, and students don't have to guess what's happening here. And we can remove the perceived subjectivity, which also, and oftentimes, it affects assessment, because when teachers have to think, or educators have to think about assessment, too often they do everything as long as it's a challenge for students. But the question is, are you asking students really to reflect the outcomes as articulated, or are you asking something else? So the power of the platforms we have today is that it enables all of these things to be available, and the only thing that keep people moving are the focus they get on the outcomes. What is it that I'm going to get by going through this? So learning outcomes also provide students with vocabulary to explain what they are being transformed into. Okay, gone are those days when you say, how is the school? Great. Why great? Oh, I got everything right in class today. I answered all the recitations the teachers asked me. Now the question is, how good have you become today? So people have to be talking about becoming better humans. Coming back from school or from a training, from a conference, from a seminar, has to address the question of, how do you feel as a human being now? Are you getting better than you were before you attended it? Okay, so it's really about expanding our abilities and the qualities. Everything else is changeable. The skills will change all the time, they keep changing. The knowledge we use keep changing. Many things in the world of knowledge and technology change very, very, very fast. But when we build the human capacity, we prepare a human being to transform with society as well. Oftentimes, people can take control of the change they want to see in the world, the change they want to see in their lives. Yes, technology will change, skills will change, many things change, information change, knowledge change. So we have to have this good understanding that learning outcomes that are really very clearly articulated, they make a person build capabilities that enables them to really transfer their learning into different life situations in which they find themselves. Learning outcomes create a healthy, predictable, and dynamic learning environment. It's important to have clear expectations in learning. And with clear expectations, whether you are doing it synchronous or asynchronous, it really doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, it's getting to the destination. Not so much about which path you take, but more of getting to the destination. We need to provide multiple pathways for people to get where they are going. But what matters is they get where they are going. And so learning outcomes are also useful to determine and provide educational differentiation. So this is happening so much today, where the proposals, particularly in the Philippines, for those of you attending from the Philippines, the options we are using today is on campus or distance mode, but the idea that whether we are on campus or we are at home, the quality of learning we are receiving really has to be the same. We have to meet the outcomes. So the differentiation has to be somehow creating what we might call forced options, right? The forced choice. Forced choice means that you think what you are taking would be different, but actually it leads you back to the same destination. So we are providing choices so that people can pursue different pathways, but they'll arrive at the same destination as well. So whether someone is going to say, okay, for me, Moodle works very well for me. I don't need all the textbooks and everything else. I can manage, and all the resources are integrated here. Fine. I have seen that happen to many of my students who say, oh, sir, I want to do everything just online. I don't need to attend class. Okay, sure, no problem. But when the time comes when you ask for evidence of really learning, evidences to demonstrate that they have learned successfully, that's where you begin to say, oh my gosh, really, sometimes it's not really what kind of platform you are using, how many resources you have. Sometimes it's a matter of how seriously as a student you engage and pursue your dream in a particular direction. How much teachers facilitate that to make it a reality. So whether it's, offline, online, facilitation has to be there, because that's what brings us to the destination. We need drivers and we need pilots, okay? We don't all need to be pilots, but someone else to bring us where we are going, okay? So these are the three premises of outcome-based education, which are actually beyond chronos. They're beyond time. We don't talk about time in the outcome-based philosophy, but we look at time as a flexible resource. You may need 1 hour, I may need 10 hours. You may need 20 minutes, I may need 30 minutes. It doesn't matter. What matters is we have delivered, right? We have delivered, and what matters is that we are growing, we are progressing in life. So the first principle there here is premises. All students can learn and succeed, but not at the same time, not on the same day, and not in the same way. What this means is learning has to be really proliferated in terms of pathways so that we can meet every person where they are without compromising on quality, right? Success breeds success. Once people experience success, they experience some degree of accomplishment, they are more likely to continue to accomplish more. And so part of what we should be concerned about, whether we are using platforms as solid and dynamic as what Moodlemoot is providing us and facilitating, we need to be sure that learning can produce success in the learner. Because once they get success, then they can pursue more success. And finally, schools control the conditions of success. So if you are the educator, you are the teacher, you are controlling the conditions of success, you like it or not. If you say you are not going to pass, the student will not pass. If you say you are going to fail, the student will fail. That's what it means to basically control the conditions of success. You decide how to make things successful or how to make students fail. And that's the reason why we often say, when students fail, it's the teachers who fail. When students fail, it's the schools and the universities that fail. And yes, in many other fields, they have the same thinking. When a patient dies in the hospital, those who are in medical practice, they feel like they are failures, right? When a lawyer loses a case with a client, they feel they are the losers, right? So there is that sense of, because I'm controlling the conditions of success. Now, unlike the medical setting, unlike the legal setting, in the school system, we absolutely control all conditions of success, which lawyers don't control, which medical people don't control, because they can't control your heartbeat, but they can do everything they can based on their training. In school system, we have more power to control, we have enormous autonomy to control everything that happens in the learning process. And that's why we cannot underestimate this authority we have. We just need to put it to best use possible. So OBE comparing purposes is to maximize those conditions of success. If we maximize the conditions of success, that enables more people to be very successful. And therefore, controlling the conditions of success, or managing, maximizing, and expanding these conditions of success is what good teachers do, is what good educators do. How can I expand conditions of success? Now, it can be things like dealing with students' behavioral attitude. It can be running after the students, trying to make sure that they stay focused. It can be any effort that you make to expand those conditions of success so that the students can indeed be successful. So this is the function of educators and school. We control conditions of success. So let us keep that in mind all the time. And ultimately, OBE's comparing purposes is to send every single person fully equipped and empowered into the world, because we are not being educated to stay where we are. We are educated to be sent out, right? So any training that you take, you need to transfer that learning and make it have an impact on society. It calls you to go and apply and live out the concepts, the ideas, the values that you have picked up. But if you are not adequately prepared, you are not equipped enough, you are not empowered enough to make that impact, to make that difference on society. So in outcome-based philosophy, we expect, we work for, we dream, we aspire to ensure that every person who goes to any form of education can be fully equipped and empowered to succeed in life. Design-wise, based on that, we have kept that in every outcome-based designing, whether it's a training you are putting up, or you are putting up a program or a curriculum or a subject, a lesson, you begin by thinking about what are the culminating outcomes, serious outcomes of significance. Remove the micro skills, but the macro thing, what are the big things that have to happen? And then set high expectations, because if you have clarity of focus, but the expectations are low set, they are set on a very low point, then the quality of education can be compromised. The ability to expand human consciousness can be brought down to the mediocre level. And that's not the calling that outcome-based education has asked us to, has directed our consciousness. Then we talk about expanded opportunity. Expanded opportunity is not a window to mediocrity. Expanded opportunity is this idea of creating, expanding conditions of success in order to uplift and to challenge the learners to be at their very best all the time. So when we expand, we are not opening the window for mediocrity. We expand because we believe and we are convinced that working alongside with our students, we can really bring the very best out of them. So that's, and of course, when we move on, what we have there is the design down. So the design down means to say, I use the word front loading curriculum. So we front load, we put the outcomes first, we set the high standard expectations, we put in place mechanisms for expanded opportunity and support for learning success. Then we begin to design backwards. So that is how we visualize. And we do all these things simultaneously, spontaneous, because you can't just do one thing and leave out the other thing. It doesn't work that way if we have to ensure success in the outcome-based space. So, and everything we do thereafter has to be about alignment. So we want to ensure that the outcomes that we have set our minds on is what students demonstrate in their learning, is what assessment captures when it assesses, and it's something that we document when we talk about student progress. I said that all IPOs are flexible resources. They are learning experiences. So we can create a much more rich, diverse, flexible, and differentiated space. By this, I mean content and resources need to be differentiated. Processes and products, what will students demonstrate down the line, modalities of demonstrating learning, we need to differentiate that. The affect, the environment, the platform, all of these things can be different. Time, length of time, and of course, assessment. All of these things need to be differentiated if we have to keep people at their very best in terms of success. Differentiating assessment is something that I really wanted to stress here, because the conditions we are living in, people have tended to think like if you're going to use technology-driven assessment strategies, what people are thinking is to do everything in terms of multiple choice, okay? But multiple choice is low-level learning. It's very low level when you look at the taxonomy. Higher order thinking and higher order skills need complex context to be demonstrated. So you can't assess a person with a multiple choice and expect that you're assessing them at the highest level. It doesn't matter how sophisticated your technology may be. It's just that it's not the right way to assess. So we can differentiate through all of these means. You can ask people to do a practical demonstration. And the systems that we have technologically can allow all of these forms to happen. Students can do all of these things. You can ask them to choose which modality you want for me to assess you. Any of these would be very, very powerful ways to allow them to be who they authentically are and to be able to demonstrate their learning in a more authentic way rather than artificial way, which can be captured on a multiple choice instrument. So all of these are ways that you can actually consider as you frame the assessment. Okay, so that's the first part I wanted to talk about, and the whole focus is on outcomes. Therefore, the idea of chronos, time, is actually very much irrelevant. It's the time frames we put in are actually tentative. We have to be prepared to expand. So whether it's synchronous or synchronous, it's kind of a strange dichotomy that we have created. It's not a choice that has to be even treated as such. You can do both, why not? Or you can do over the other. It's not really so much an issue, but sometimes people put so much issue on that, so much that the work we need to do is often neglected because it becomes so everything reduced to simply, it's not working because it's synchronous, it's working because it's asynchronous. But the thing is, yeah, these are terminologies, and academics, they like words because it sounds intelligent, okay? But these words are misleading like this. So we have to know that learning is learning. Human beings learn by experience. Therefore, providing human beings spaces for experience is what we educate them. And those experiences can be found anywhere. Some of them are available in the online spaces or any learning space that you create. And some of them are just everyday life that we experience. We can encounter opportunities for learning, right? And we need to make sure that we do not lose such opportunities wherever they exist and they present themselves. So the second part I want to do, it's a very, very short one, is to look at how that theme intersect within the space of research. I'm a teacher of research as well. So one of those things that I've seen for a long time is that research has tended to be very much impoverished because the obsession of many educational systems is focused on outputs. So they tend to be output driven. And when, as a matter of fact, research needs to be focused on the outcomes and the impacts that society expects. So research has to be responding to the needs of humankind. And research has to be working in terms of generating best ideas, best technologies, best solutions to put us forward, to expand us as human beings. It's not really about so much of outputs, how many papers, how many paragraphs, how many pages, a lot of all that kind of stuff. So what I would like to present here is something that, I invite you to take a look at this. When you find you are going to see how these materials will interact with you. I call it self-directing researcher. It's really about how to focus your culture of research on the outcomes and impacts that society needs. And what I mean by that is, what is research? I begin by defining research as a method of harnessing the power of evidence and ideas to confront challenges that we are always experiencing, to take inventive steps and develop solutions and create change. So the quality of research is determined by the amount of innovative ideas that it brings forward to create change. All of us are grateful to Bill Gates. His research has changed our life. It makes it possible for us to be here. And many other researchers who are really doing many things, even in terms of the vaccinations in the COVID space. When we first encountered the pandemic, we were all in a panic everywhere. But thanks to God, a couple of people who have to spend sleepless nights trying to change the trajectory of humanity, they responded. And today, we have plenty of vaccinations that have come in place. We have also the cures that are being used, and many more researches that are going on. Research is not limited to those ideas, but what I would like to simply stress is, we do research, okay, because we want to improve the quality of life. And so our culture of research in our schools need to really be, when you are thinking about the aim of research, why should I be researching? Why am I going to conduct the study? Ask yourself, what impact is needed? What change do I want to make? Let's work with certain verbs that are oriented towards change and transformation, because that's really what research is. So I dedicate the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi to that. I said I'm going to adapt this because Francis of Assisi is a great example of what it is to be a researcher, is to look at the troubled situation that humanity is in and to begin to contemplate how to create solutions for that. And so there are many areas where we see inefficiencies, poor performance, weaknesses, ineffectiveness, dissatisfaction. Anytime you experience that, we need to ask ourselves, can I be a response to this? Can I contribute something? So in that sense, when we look at situations like this, negative situations like that, then your purpose of research and the practice and culture of research that you have in your school, in your education model, has to be something of this type. Where there is poor intergenerational solidarity, let's improve the quality of intergenerational solidarity. You need to line up things. So if this is the problem, the purpose of research has to really address this. And in that sense, we'll stop talking about publish or perish. We'll be talking about research so that we can have a better life. It's a different philosophy altogether. So harnessing the power of evidence means identifying the needs in society. Just as we speak right now, we must be grateful to Moodlemoot Philippines, because they championed making this thing available to all of us, training every single year, bringing up ideas. They are researchers who need a lot of credit in order to look at the example of what it is to do research and to lead humanity towards betterment. So identifying the need, there's a lot that we can read about in order to just learn more about this situation, defining the challenge, inventing solutions, and creating change. So this is not about how many publications you have. It's not about, how many citations you have in the publication. That's all nonsense, because society can't become better because you are cited 10,000 times. Okay, society is suffering. All they need is solutions. They need a good life. That's all what we all need. Okay, and so to be excellent researchers in the spirit of outcome-based thinking, we have to say, I'm sorry you are suffering, but here is a solution. We can get better. I know the situation is not right, but I'm going to be part of that solution. we need to be thinking about that. And that's the orientation that I thought the space of time, the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution is really calling us. In fact, somebody mentioned to me just 2 days ago, stop talking about fourth industrial revolution. Let's talk about fifth industrial revolution. You know? So the space competition, right? So that's where we are. So on that note, thank you very much for listening. And I do hope that this can help you a bit to consider as we continue to design and deliver education learning in all forms of styles that we have. For those of you who want to contact me, those are my, that's the contact number. And I'll just stop sharing this. I have the details I'll put in the chat if in case you want to, there we are. You want to reach me, you can reach me on that. If you want to take a look at these 2 books, Philippine-based, you can also do that and we can get back to you. In any case, I am so grateful for this opportunity to be with this team of great educators. Thank you so much and good afternoon to all of you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Elias Sampa, for that wonderful presentation. Indeed, you are truly a great speaker, sir. So this session is now open for the question and answer portion. We have a couple of questions here. First is from Mr. Ray S. Mendenilia. If you are espousing outcome-focused research, does it mean the output-driven one is incomplete? Must the former go together with the latter in one research to consider it an acceptable product?
Very tough question. No, actually, what I really mean is from the conception, when you are thinking about something to research on, it's very important that you start by looking at the dreams and aspirations of the people around you, your community, and ask yourself, how can we improve the conditions of life around us? Now, all of us are coming from different fields of specialization, right? But in every field where you are, there are some loopholes. There is a lot of elements that need to be perfected so that society can become better, our system can work better. My thinking is that anytime you address any of those concerns seriously, you are likely to get us better than where you find us. Opportunities will open down the line. Normally, we don't know the solutions. That's why we are researching, right? We don't know. The only thing we know is that there is a problem. So identifying that particular need that puts so much limitation on humanity, when you identify that and we begin to work on it, wherever we are going to end, it will be better than where we started. And that's why, rather than thinking about, am I going to publish, it is going to be accepted, the question more is, will this help improve society? Will this make the community better than it is where it is currently? As long as the answer is yes, it's going to improve in this respect and in that respect, I think you are getting in the right direction if you do that.
Okay, sir, another question, sir, is there a criteria for creating instructional designs that you can share with our participants?
Oh yes, there's quite a lot. That book that I presented is simple reading. You can check on it. It's on Amazon. My books are on Amazon, but there's a Philippine version that I put in here. Yes, there is a criteria, but the most central starting point is actually establishing your outcomes. What do we need to happen? Assuming you are teaching math or science or technology, anything else, you really need to be very clear and very specific, because knowing clearly where you want your learners to be is the basic description of how to teach and how to assess. Because where you want people to be is where you should bring them actually. It's just like a jeepney driver in the Philippines, for those of you who are in the Philippines, okay? One of our public transportations, you know, when the person knows where you are going, they will stop and they will drop you there. You know? So that's really the whole essence of it. So getting to be clear with outcomes, do not confuse them with outputs. I'm not talking about outputs. I'm not talking about activities. I'm talking about enlarging human consciousness, the human capabilities. Because outputs, inputs, and processes are things we do in the process of educating people, and they are supposed to be left in the training room. They are supposed to be left in the classroom. That's why, for some of you guys, ladies and gentlemen who are working in elementary school and high school, the question is, why do they do that? Because they don't need them. What you need in school is to expand your abilities. When you become, for example, you're learning how to drive. When you know how to drive, you don't need the driving manual, right? When you are training to become a pilot, you don't need all the manuals, right? So the things we do in class and things we use for demonstrating learning are meant to be left in the training room. So our focus in designing has to be that we are very clear with those outcomes, and we need to have a lot of conversation with experts and practitioners. Practitioners will tell us, what does it mean to be a competent person here? What should every person have to be good at? Or what should someone always do right in this field? When we do that, we'll be able to identify what are really key important outcomes that define the course, that define the subject, because we don't need to know everything that is in any subject in any course. I don't know of anybody who knows everything on the subject matter. Nobody does that. And so we should not expect anybody to do that. But we expect people to be competent in things that we are training them to be. And what competence means is what we are going to define as we figure out what the outcomes are in what we want to teach or train people about. Yeah, so I would recommend that take time to take a look at the book. It has more details than the simple points that I can share with you at the moment. Thank you very much for that question.
Okay, so just as you mentioned, sir, Ms. Herschel posted the Google form on the chat box for those who are interested. This is for the Philippine Assisted Book Order. Okay, so we also have here, sir, feedback from Mr. Felipe Soliera Jr. Thanks, Doc Sampa, for enlightening us with your wisdom.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think that is all the time that we have for the Q&A. But please continue posting should you have questions for Dr. Sampa. And to express our gratitude to the speaker, allow me to present the Certificate of Appreciation, which reads, Nifila Web Technology Incorporated presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Elias Sampa for sharing his invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2022. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 28th day of July 2022, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing, signed by Ms. Cheryl Villaroman, MSIT President and Chief Executive Officer, Nifila Web Technology Incorporated, the only Moodlemoot partner in the Philippines. Once again, a round of applause, please, for Dr. Elias Sampa. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Please continue the job you are doing. It's fantastic. You are doing a great gift to humanity. You are helping our communities to move forward. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for me to be with you. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, at this juncture, to add more fun to our Congress, may call on one of the team members of Nifila Web Technology. Let us all welcome Mr. CK Ocampo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, everyone. So, hi, my name is CK Ocampo. So, for us to enjoy more Mood PH, we'll be having a short game for you guys. So, allow me to share my screen first. There. So can everybody see my screen? So we will be playing a game called Guess the Puzzle. Wait, guys. I'll just fix my screen first. There. So this game, you have 15 seconds to guess the puzzle. Comment, chat your answers below. And the first one to guess the correct answer will be getting a 300 pesos worth of e-gift. So are you guys ready to play the game? All right. Let's start. Do you know what this logo is? All right. So I'll be getting a winner to this answer. So from NTC, we have a winner already, who is Katrina Onaya. Congratulations to you, ma'am. You've won 300 pesos worth of e-gift. For the next puzzle, can anybody guess what's this logo? Do we have the winners already for that logo? Okay, we will be waiting for the winner. So from TMC, we have Paolo from TMC who got the answer for this. Congratulations to you, Mr. Paolo. And for the last logo we have, this I think is gonna be very easy for everyone. All right, that's it. So who did get the right answer? So for the winner of that logo, we have Miss Azel Vivaris. Congratulations to you, Miss Azel Vivaris, for winning 300 pesos worth of e-gift. All right. And that's our little fun game. And I hope you guys enjoy it. And congratulations to all the winners who won 300 pesos. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. CK. With that, I'm sure our participants are now more energized and ready for the fifth talk session. So our last speaker for the day is the video evangelist of Panopto, based in Malaysia, where she's responsible for the growth and management of Panopto's Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines business. She has over 10 years of experience in sales and account management. She received her Bachelor of Electrical and Electronic Engineering from University Tenaga Nacional. She has conducted several speaking engagements on video learning and related topics in education and learning conferences in Malaysia. With us today to present your guide to hybrid learning success in 2022, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Miss Emmy Hasniza. Once again, everyone, with us today to present your guide to hybrid learning success in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Miss Emmy Hasniza. Miss Emmy, you can start sharing your screen. Thank you.
Yes. I just want to confirm, could you see my screen right now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you everybody for joining me. Today we are going to talk about how you can set up for success in the hybrid or virtual learning space. We will begin with a poll question. Let me see. Do we have the poll question? Could you come up with the poll question? Is it Cheryl? Cheryl, do you have the poll question ready so that we could give a poll for the audience? Oh, okay, everybody's replying in the chat box. Okay, sorry about that. I think because there was a change in the Zoom link, so we're not able to come up with a poll. That is fine. Thank you. I see that there are some IT, there are some instructors here, more IT, non-teaching admin. All right, thank you so much for replying the poll. Okay, so we are all familiar with the traditional lecture from years ago. A professor walks into the classroom, stood up in front of an audience of students, perhaps at a lecture hall or in front of a whiteboard, and proceeded to instruct, talking to the students and presenting information for a full 60-minute class time. It is 2022, and we have moved into a time in which schools, including administration, instructors, and students must adapt and be ready to adapt to preserve the continuity of education when in-person instruction is interrupted. In terms of flexible learning, students have been asking for greater flexibility when it comes to where and how they learn. For some students, the 100% on-campus in-class model does not work. Maybe they have family or work commitments that they are also trying to juggle. Or maybe English isn't their native language and they want more time to review and digest class material. Flexibility can also just mean that students learn in different ways and like to have choices around how they study and review. For example, at University of the Philippines College of Medicine, instead of sitting for hours of continuous lectures, students prefer to watch the pre-recorded sessions when they want to. The students are not forced to stay in front of their computer or continuously for 4 hours or 8 hours straight. They can complete the courses at their own pace. Online learning became the default in 2020, but the approach most universities employed was a simple remote learning via live Zoom classes, Team, Google Meet, and so on. And by now, we are all familiar with the term Zoom fatigue. Work commitments, career duties, time zone differences, and digital poverty across households can all result in students not being able to attend your classes live. If there is one reflection, relying solely on synchronous learning as a means to online, it has imposed a few challenges. This is why relying entirely on one mode of learning does not fit all. Experts did warn 2 years ago that we shouldn't just take in-person lectures and present them to students online using the same materials and the same strategy. It just does not work. It turns out that most of us went out and did just that because it was the quickest way to deliver learning and not delay the student experience. But is it the best way? Here is an article by Sal Khan from Khan Academy, and he said pure distance learning is suboptimal. Lesson plans designed for in-person classes don't work in this coronavirus world. I don't know about you, but I found it shocking that someone who had built their entire organization around the need for online distance learning would admit that distance learning isn't enough. But he does have a point. Khan Academy was built as a supplementary resource for students who need more information on a topic. It was not built as a core learning experience. Relying solely on synchronous does not work, and so does taking your in-person and making it online does not work as well. If you take a look at this graph, you can see that the live attendance significantly decreased from day one, while viewing lectures asynchronously on Panopto, this one, it increased over the time of the course. Students prefer the flexibility they get with recorded lectures. They can learn at their own pace. They can revisit content they didn't fully understand in the live session. They can take personalized notes, review concepts exactly the way they were presented in class, which is especially helpful right before exams. They can have closed captioning and other accessibility features available to them. And lastly, it allows them to learn the way they prefer. In a nutshell, it is personalized learning. Another reason for the increase in asynchronous learning could even be equality. Maybe they need to download a lecture and watch it offline because they know they have limited access to Wi-Fi or a streaming device. Those could all be reasons for the number of students relying on asynchronous lectures to go up. But does that mean it's the way to go? I would argue no. There are drawbacks to consider when teaching asynchronously as well, like lack of engagement with peers, lack of connection to the class material, lack of access to the lecturer for questions. These are all challenges faced by asynchronous learners. So you might be asking, okay, Amy, well, what's the answer? Salkan may have had a point earlier. Distance learning alone really isn't enough, but it is a part of a long-term, well-rounded teaching strategy. Using synchronous, asynchronous, and in-person teaching is the key to learning success in 2022 onwards. I speak with a number of universities every week here at Panopto, and after hearing their challenges and successes over the past year, I strongly believe we need a form of all three delivery options to create a successful learning environment. Have you ever asked yourself, what do students think about going back to a primarily in-person teaching model when the pandemic ends? Well, here's an excerpt from an article highlighting students at the University of Washington in Seattle. Let me read the quote. Requiring synchronous in-person participation disproportionately excludes students whose contexts require more flexibility, like disabled students, commuter students, student parents, and so much more. Let's talk about the different modalities and the best practices for hybrid learning in the technology aspect. The first best practice I recommend is reflecting on the different modes of learning offered, how you've delivered them in the past, and then decide what aspects of the delivery made it successful. This will help you determine the right modality for conducting the learning to meet the needs of both your remote and in-person students. This is, of course, a very time-consuming process upfront, but will help you set up for success and plan ahead in the long term. Here's how you can begin to differentiate them. When considering fully remote but synchronous live classes typically held through video tools like Zoom, WebEx, Teams, and others, the bucket that might fit this in this situation where everyone is attending your class in a remote location. The second bucket is for fully remote students, but the focus here is on the asynchronous delivery or the on-demand one, which is what asynchronous means. This would be best for the bucket of your lessons where your students may need to revisit or revise before an exam. The next modalities that help bridge the gaps between your in-person and remote students are hybrid, high-flex, and blended learning. I do want to quickly differentiate between hybrid, high-flex, and blended learning since I frequently get asked if they are the same. Hybrid learning is where some students participate in person and some participate online. Instructors teach remote and in-person learners join the same time using technology like video conferencing. Hybrid flexible or high flex teaching is similar to a blended classroom, a classroom equipped with technology that supports remote teaching. The main difference between high flex and blended is the flexibility. With high flex, students are given the option to attend class in person or remotely, depending on their preference and location. Both typically support real-time and pre-recorded lessons. Blended learning is when instructors combine in-person instruction with online learning activities. Students complete some components online and do others in person, so it's not both virtual and in-person learning being offered at the same time. We will dig into how the technology aspect on how this can be implemented, but first, you need to determine where your intended audience is at and what they need to be successful in these modalities. To start, schools need to have the big three technology building blocks: a learning management system, video conferencing, and a video management system. The LMS acts as a central hub for course materials and communications. Video conferencing provides a way for students and instructors to engage in synchronous learning and interact online in real time. VCMS is the asynchronous learning solution in which students can access classes anytime, anywhere. It is also the centralized location to securely create, share, and manage video content. These three technologies work together to create a seamless learning experience for students, whether they are meeting in breakout rooms online, listening to a live lecture they missed, or watching a flip video ahead of class. Panopto's VCMS acts as the connector or central hub between the VC and LMS and improves the user experience of those existing systems. When it comes to single sign-on, auto-provisioning, and grade prospect, Panopto's VCMS provides full parity across LMS platforms. With Panopto, you can also add, create, and ingest video without any additional software and without ever having to leave your LMS environment. I would like to share a case study that we did with University of Santo Tomas. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, before that itself, they already implemented blended learning, but it was not 100% utilized. So when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, the university had to move everyone online, resulting in the need to implement new strategies that would support the redesign of class materials, instruction, and assessments. In addition, the unreliable internet connection in the Philippines meant that students face a disadvantage at times when trying to access online learning material. With the shift to remote instruction, UST implemented Panopto as a tool to provide interactive, accessible, and engaging asynchronous learning experience through video. On top of that, they also increased a training program to enable their faculty to make more engaging synchronous and asynchronous lessons. And that benefited the students who has internet connectivity issues, as they are able to access and watch these video contents at their own pace. The achievement that they got was that they were able to support the learning requirements of 45,000 students. And from the analytics and the data they have gathered from Panopto, they were able to check students' progress, how they watch the content, or the scores from the formative assessments, which has helped UST make data-driven decisions. To provide more context, I am going to play a short video from the webinar we had with UST.
With Panopto, it's actually it arrived at the time when we will be needing it the most. They are our flag carrier when it comes to video management, when it comes to equipping teachers with the capabilities on how to record and edit their videos. And also, it gives us the opportunity to share our contents within our network.
The blended learning approach, we were able to integrate more teaching learning strategies that are also adaptive to the practices and to the experiences of our students.
The internet connection in the Philippines is not perfect. In consideration of that, of course, we want our students to have access to learning materials. And with the availability of video-based content in Panopto, they get to access it even if after they recover from their internet connectivity issues. So they're not being left behind.
Through continued dialogue.
All right, let me go back to my slides. Okay, to recap, first, we need to reflect on the different learning mode And second is to look at the three technology backbones. When thinking about the in-classroom session, whether your class is taking place in the classroom, at home, or anywhere in between, there are some things to keep in mind. Video, believe it or not, is the most thought about piece of the puzzle, which is great when it comes to hybrid learning, but not necessarily the most important thing. I would argue that audio is just as important, if not more important than video. Think about what an awful experience it would be for both your in person and your virtual students if they cannot hear you, they cannot hear each other or hear you, the instructor. Even if you're capturing video in 4K, it won't matter because at the end of the day, no one will hear you talking about what is being shown in video. The second thing that's commonly forgotten is capturing whiteboards, or more specifically, explanations done on whiteboards during the classroom session. We've historically ignored capturing what happens on the whiteboard, so lots of times your remote students will hear you talk about what is on the whiteboard, but they won't be able to see half of the information on there because we are often not using the correct tools to capture it, and sometimes they won't see anything at all. That is a gap we can now bridge with technology. If you are using a whiteboard in your lesson, or if you are showing how to operate a lab equipment, you want to replicate that experience for your virtual students. Your in-person ones can get close to the whiteboard or the equipment to see what you're doing step by step. But your virtual students can't do that, so it is important to have multiple video cameras set up, capturing everything students who are attending in person can see. This way, you can relay the same experience in real time or on demand virtually. So, capturing clear audio and relaying all the different learning methods you are using in the classroom virtually are often the most overlooked pieces of the puzzle. The only difference between the options are the quality of the outputs. One thing to note is no matter what hardware you use, you will need a video conferencing solution in place to have synchronous communication with your virtual students. The fourth question to ask is what kind of insights on the progress of each student can this platform provide? For example, at Samuel Merritt University, the concept of universal design is a crucial focus. Under this initiative, faculty and staff work together to create educational materials that are accessible to all. These videos ultimately expanded across and increased engagement. When they were still doing live lectures, they conducted research on the use of recorded instructional videos. Based on their findings, students were watching supplemental videos with peak usage happening in the time preceding an exam and a quiz. And finally, staff training and development programs with a focus on hybrid teaching and e-learning are likely to become more important as evidently shared by UST. Using e-learning champions can also improve the digital capabilities of staff. These are staff members with the skills and passion to teach and support their colleagues in the use of new technological tools for effective online teaching. I have had the opportunity to work with some e-learning champions from our customers in Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines, and they make use of our trial opportunities prior to making a decision on whether to purchase a platform or not. Out of the world's top 25 universities, 22 of them have chosen Panopto. To be honest, most of these schools are in the West, and it is much different out here in Asia Pacific. The number of languages spoken, fragmented internet connectivity, lower family incomes, and lower institutional budgets, the list goes on. But the trend is changing in Asia Pacific, from Pakistan and India to Malaysia and Indonesia, Vietnam and the Philippines, Japan and Korea, Australia and New Zealand. We can choose to hold on to these challenges, or we can embrace them and find breakthroughs. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure, and I hope it has been worthy of your time. I am happy to open it up to questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Emmy Hasniza, for that informative presentation. Indeed, ma'am, Panopto is very timely, especially during this pandemic. So once again, the floor is open for your questions regarding the topic. So feel free to chat your questions, to post your questions on the chat box. Okay, in the chat box is also the link for the video learning case study from University of Santo Tomas. So, okay. So as there are no questions for now, ma'am, we would like to once again thank you, Ms. Emmy Hasniza, for today. And we hope that you kindly extend our gratitude to Panopto for being our gold sponsor and for being a key partner in making this event possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining the session.
Okay, so at this point, may I remind everyone to submit your raffle entry as soon as you can, since we will be closing the raffle at 3:30 p.m. So the link, oh, sorry, ma'am, since Ma'am Emmy, since you're still here, I believe you have one question before we
Yes.
proceed.
I see a question regarding the business model on Panopto. Yes, the first
Yes,
question that I see is,
Yes,
what is
ma'am.
your business model on Panopto? We are a SaaS platform, so our model is annual subscription. We have an education package, and if you want to talk a little bit more about that, we could connect. We could send an email to connect with you after the event. Thank you. And there's another question about how do we get more info on Panopto. I believe that we will be reaching out to follow up, so we could probably connect after the event itself.
Okay, so that would be all, ma'am. Again, thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
to our participants, just to remind you, the link of the form for the raffle is on the chat box. So at this point, we will be giving you a 5-minute break to stretch your legs. So please be back as we have more in store for you. Thank you.
Panopto is a platform that enables you to record, share, and manage all of your video content. With Panopto, you get a secure video library for publishing and sharing your recorded lectures, flipped classroom videos, student assignments, campus events, and more. This video library integrates with popular LMSs, including Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, D2L, and Sakai. One of Panopto's unique features is the ability to search inside your videos. For every video uploaded, Panopto indexes the instructor's speech and any text that appears on screen. As a result, your students can find and fast forward to any word spoken or shown in any video. This enables them to learn at their own pace, study more effectively, and engage in class without the need to scribble notes. Panopto also supports interactive video quizzing. This enables your faculty to create online assessments, embed them directly inside their videos, and test student comprehension. Once a quiz has been taken, instructors can see the results for the entire class and for individual students. Uploading your existing videos and creating new ones with Panopto is also easy. For your existing video files, simply drag and drop them into your video library. Panopto will convert the videos for optimal playback on any device. For capturing new videos, Panopto includes an easy-to-use app that runs on Windows PCs and Macs. Simply launch the app, click record, and Panopto will capture your video, the content of your screen, and any additional video sources that you choose. You can also schedule recordings and webcasts in advance. This enables your faculty to simply walk into the classroom and begin teaching without the need to ever touch Panopto. And with Panopto's unique remote control, you can securely manage your AV infrastructure from anywhere in the world using your phone. When your recording is finished, Panopto automatically uploads the video to your portal. And in a few minutes, you get a professional-looking presentation that looks like this. Panopto syncs your video and on-screen content, generates a table of contents and thumbnails, and indexes your video for search. If you want to make changes to your video, Panopto includes an easy-to-use editor that runs in any web browser. Here, you can trim out parts of the video you don't want, you can create quizzes, you can upload slides and sync those with a video, and for multi-camera lectures and events, you can switch cameras directly from within the editor. If you're an EdTech administrator, you'll find that Panopto is easy to deploy and manage. Your faculty will appreciate how easy Panopto is to use, and students will appreciate the fact that Panopto just works on whatever device they happen to be using. To see a demo or request a free trial of Panopto, contact us and we can get you started today.
As the global cloud market landscape continues to expand, the Philippines is on the verge of a cloud revolution, with a sharp rise in demand for innovative and reliable cloud-based services. Today, cloud computing is central to the digitalization of businesses in the Philippines and around the globe. 88% of companies in the Philippines are now more supportive of using cloud solutions to grow their businesses compared to the pre-pandemic times. Alibaba Cloud, a leading cloud service provider in APAC and the technology backbone of Alibaba Group, is at the forefront of accelerating digital transformation in the Philippines by providing the best of the Alibaba ecosystem to local businesses. With the launch of the first ever data center in the Philippines and dedicated local support in the region, Alibaba Cloud makes it easier for local businesses, individuals, and startups to start their digital transformation journey with high performance, secure, cost-effective, and reliable computing services. We don't stop there. With the formation of the Philippines Ecosystem Alliance, Alibaba Group envisions further accelerating the digitalization of local businesses and supporting the government's cloud-first policy. Through this alliance, Alibaba Cloud aims to train 50,000 local experts and enthusiasts, certify at least 10,000 IT professionals, and help 5,000 businesses migrate online by 2023. Alibaba Cloud supports businesses across the globe with a world-class technology portfolio of 200-plus cloud solutions and services. It empowers leading Filipino brands such as GCash, Kumu, UBX, and Lazada, along with numerous global brands across verticals such as financial services, technology, retail, e-commerce, media and entertainment, manufacturing, aviation, and logistics. Let's take a sneak peek at how the Alibaba Cloud Philippines team supports local businesses to enhance their IT system reliability, flexibility, and security. GCash, a growing fintech company, partnered with Alibaba Cloud for scaling IT infrastructure in real time to seamlessly handle a 3.7 times growth in monthly active users over a year. Another fintech company called UBX adopted Zolaza's Real ID eKYC solution provided by Alibaba Cloud for streamlining the customer authentication process to achieve high accuracy and reduce identity fraud up to 100%. Alibaba Cloud is also powering Kumu, the dynamic live streaming entertainment platform designed for Filipinos, with its powerful, elastic, and scalable cloud computing technologies to better support the application's exponential demand growth and provide curators and viewers with rich and smooth experiences. Wait no more. Get access to innovative and reliable cloud solutions with Alibaba Cloud and start your cloud journey now. Visit ph.alibabacloud.com.
Your learning management system is full of data about the teaching and learning process at your institution. Use IntelliBoard to combine that data with your student information system, web conferencing system, attendance tracking, and other learning technology data to provide a full, holistic picture of your students, instructors, and the learning process, leading you to improved educational outcomes. IntelliBoard supports all parts of the learning process, including helping faculty to prepare for each new term, tracking student participation and engagement from day one in each course, monitoring student progress in assigned work throughout the term, and helping instructors to manage grading student work. Our integrated predictive learning analytics solution lets your institution define success measurements and predictor variables based on any data in your system, and it can be used in reports to drive automated notifications to instructors, students, academic success staff, or others involved in the learning process. InContact allows instructors and staff to log and track communications with students. At the end of each term, statistics can be displayed by department or other organizational structures, and detailed content usage reports can drive informed design decisions for the next term. IntelliBoard provides dozens of default reports and dashboards, which can be fully customized using our powerful visual builder, or create new custom reports from scratch. We currently integrate with all major learning management system platforms and several additional systems, with more integrations being added all the time. Data is digested and organized through our unified tables to easily answer the key questions relevant to all stakeholders in higher education. Import additional data or create your own tables using our Inform tool. We secure and back up your data for a truly turnkey solution. With years of experience in higher education learning analytics, IntelliBoard is ready to be your partner in supporting quality learning. Schedule an informative meeting with one of our e-learning experts today.
You may be surprised by the origins of Big Blue Button, the world's first open-source virtual classroom software. It was conceived and built in a Canadian university classroom rather than in a boardroom, and we're proud of this distinction. Big Blue Button is open source, which means it's free to download, install, and use. And with constant input from our worldwide community of teachers and developers, the product is always improving and adding new features. It's also available in 65 languages, making it a truly global teaching platform. If it looks familiar to you, there's a good reason why. Big Blue Button has been embedded into 5 of the world's most popular learning management systems, whose collective users account for more than 70% of the LMS market. And because it's already embedded into the LMS, it's easy and safe to use. There's no need to install new software, and external logins to enter online classes are a thing of the past. The best way to stay up to date is by visiting our website. There you'll learn about our features, share in user success stories, and learn about hosting options and support from companies such as Blindside Networks. Visit bigbluebutton.org.
And we are back. But first, let us take a look at the tweets made by our participants and audience. So we have here on Twitter, all students can learn and succeed, but not on the same day and same way. That's a quote made by Dr. Elia Sampa. Another tweet by Mr. John Carlo Lambrento. When a student fails, schools fail. also by Dr. Elia Sampa. Another one from Mr. John Carlo Labrento. We do research because we want to improve the quality of life. We also have here, we sometimes forget students in OBE. From Miss Lady Margaret, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. A quote by Alvin Toffler. We also have a tweet made by Miss AMBC. So she says that her favorite speaker for the day is Dr. Elia Sampa. So if you have favorite quotes or lines delivered by our speakers, kindly feel free to post them on Twitter, Facebook, and don't forget to use the hashtag MoodPH2022. Okay, so earlier we said that aside from acquiring new knowledge, you all have the chance to take home prizes prepared by the organizers. So to announce the 5 winners of the minor raffle who will each receive 700 pesos e-gift, I once again invite Mr. CK Ocampo to do the honors. You're on mute, Mr. CK.
Hello? I'm sorry. All right, I'll be reading again the mechanics. I'm sorry for that. Thank you. So the mechanics for our raffle draw is first we have to it's open for all Moot PH 22 participants. The participants must be present on the time of raffle draw. Winners will be randomly generated through an electronic draw, which I'll be showing you in a while. And winners will be determined and will be called after. The participants must comment his or her name, complete name, and the word present. For example, Juan Cruz present in the Zoom, Facebook stream, or YouTube stream within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the slot will be forfeited. So are you guys ready to see who are the winners for this minor raffle prize? All right. Be showing my screen again. Are you guys seeing now the wheel of names? I hope you do. So we will begin to pick the first winner of the minor raffle draw. So for our first winner, it's Mr. Felipe Suliera Jr. Are you there, Mr. Felipe Suliera Jr.? All right, Mr. Felipe Felipe Jr. Solera. You are there. Congratulations to you, Mr. Felipe. So for our second winner, second minor raffle winner is Joshiko Velasco. Are you there, Mr. or Miss Mr. Joshiko Velasco? Mr. Joshiko, are you present there?
Yes, CK, he is present.
There you go. Congratulations to you, Mr. Joshiko Velasco. You're the winner for that. And for our third winner, Miss Shane Ryan Diaz. Congratulations to you, Miss Shane Ryan Diaz. And are you present, ma'am? Is she present? All right, I'll be.
Yes, CK, she's present.
Oh, she's present. Congratulations to you, Miss Shane Ryan Diaz, for winning the 700 pesos worth of e-gift. All right. And how many winners do we have already? We have 3 winners already. And we have 2 more. All right, for the fourth winner of our minor raffle draw, it is Miss Hannah Louise Legaspi. Congratulations to you, Miss Hannah Louise Legaspi. But are you there, Miss Hannah? Are you there, Miss Hannah? And she is present. She is there. Congratulations to you, Miss Hannah Louise Legaspi, for winning the 700 pesos worth of e-gift. And for our final draw, who will it be? It is Miss Justine Michaela Aduru. Congratulations to you, Miss Justine. And that's it for our minor raffle draw. Our 5 winners is first, it's Mr. Felipe Soliera, Miss Joshiko Velasco, Miss Shane Ryan Diaz, Miss Hannah Louise Legaspi, and finally, Miss Justine Michaela Adulu. Congratulations to you all.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. CK. But you know, the fun and prizes do not end with the raffle, because we also have winners for the Mood PH 22 hashtag challenge. So may I now call on Miss Nelly Blazo for the announcement of winners for day 2. Okay, so we'll be postponing that. So we'll be announcing the winners of the hashtag challenge tomorrow. But to all the winners of the raffle, congratulations. For the others, you still have a chance tomorrow. So please keep participating, not just at the raffle, but the hashtag challenge as well. So don't hesitate to share and post your favorite lines from your favorite speakers on Twitter and Facebook. So at this point, allow us to express our gratitude to our dear sponsors who made this event possible. Thank you to our gold sponsors, Panopto, Alibaba Cloud, and IntelliBoard, and our pro sponsor, Blindside Networks. So also, please take note of the following reminders for tomorrow. Number 1, please log in 15 minutes before the scheduled start time. Number 2, kindly follow the nameplate format, and that's full name dash company name when entering the Zoom room. So also enroll in the Mood PH 22 courses and complete the activities. So before we close day 2 of Moodlemoot PH 2020, may I invite everyone to please switch on your camera for a photo op. Can you please switch on your camera for a photo op? Okay. So is everyone ready? All right. So don't forget to show your best smile. At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's restricted. Okay, sorry. Can our hosts please help us with it? So that everyone can switch on their camera.
All right, they may now try to switch on their cameras.
Okay. So once again, I'm inviting everyone to please switch on your camera for a quick photo op for day 2. Again, ready? 1, 2, 3. And another one. 3, 2, 1. Oh, still restricted. Okay, it's still restricted. Apologies to everyone for this glitch. Our hosts are currently working on it. Okay, so don't forget to be early tomorrow. Make sure that you log in 15 minutes before the scheduled start time. We have a lot of great expert speakers tomorrow. So is it now okay? Can you now open your cameras, please?
Camera is okay, but the video cannot.
The others are saying that still restricted.
Can they try again, please? All right, let's do the countdown.
Okay.
For photo op.
So for the photo op, please show your best smile in 3, 2, 1. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so with that, thank you everyone and see you again tomorrow for the 3rd and last day of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2022. Goodbye.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Panopto is a platform that enables you to record, share, and manage all of your video content. With Panopto, you get a secure video library for publishing and sharing your recorded lectures, flipped classroom videos, student assignments, campus events, and more. This video library integrates with popular LMSs, including Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, D2L, and Sakai. One of Panopto's unique features is the ability to search inside your videos. For every video uploaded, Panopto indexes the instructor's speech and any text that appears on screen. As a result, your students can find and fast forward to any word spoken or shown in any video. This enables them to learn at their own pace, study more effectively, and engage in class without the need to scribble notes. Panopto also supports interactive video quizzing. This enables your faculty to create online assessments, embed them directly inside their videos, and test student comprehension. Once a quiz has been taken, instructors can see the results for the entire class and for individual students. Uploading your existing videos and creating new ones with Panopto is also easy. For your existing video files, simply drag and drop them into your video library. Panopto will convert the videos for optimal playback on any device. For capturing new videos, Panopto includes an easy-to-use app that runs on Windows PCs and Macs. Simply launch the app, click record, and Panopto will capture your video, the content of your screen, and any additional video sources that you choose. You can also schedule recordings and webcasts in advance. This enables your faculty to simply walk into the classroom and begin teaching without the need to ever touch Panopto. And with Panopto's unique remote control, you can securely manage your AV infrastructure from anywhere in the world using your phone. When your recording is finished, Panopto automatically uploads the video to your portal. And in a few minutes, you get a professional-looking presentation that looks like this. Panopto syncs your video and on-screen content, generates a table of contents and thumbnails, and indexes your video for search. If you want to make changes to your video, Panopto includes an easy-to-use editor that runs in any web browser. Here, you can trim out parts of the video you don't want, you can create quizzes, you can upload slides and sync those with a video, and for multi-camera lectures and events, you can switch cameras directly from within the editor. If you're an EdTech administrator, you'll find that Panopto is easy to deploy and manage. Your faculty will appreciate how easy Panopto is to use, and students will appreciate the fact that Panopto just works on whatever device they happen to be using. To see a demo or request a free trial of Panopto, contact us and we can get you started today.
As the global cloud market landscape continues to expand, the Philippines is on the verge of a cloud revolution, with a sharp rise in demand for innovative and reliable cloud-based services. Today, cloud computing is central to the digitalization of businesses in the Philippines and around the globe. 88% of companies in the Philippines are now more supportive of using cloud solutions to grow their businesses compared to the pre-pandemic times. Alibaba Cloud, a leading cloud service provider in APAC and the technology backbone of Alibaba Group, is at the forefront of accelerating digital transformation in the Philippines by providing the best of the Alibaba ecosystem to local businesses. With the launch of the first ever data center in the Philippines and dedicated local support in the region, Alibaba Cloud makes it easier for local businesses, individuals, and startups to start their digital transformation journey with high performance, secure, cost-effective, and reliable computing services. We don't stop there. With the formation of the Philippines Ecosystem Alliance, Alibaba Group envisions further accelerating the digitalization of local businesses and supporting the government's cloud-first policy. Through this alliance, Alibaba Cloud aims to train 50,000 local experts and enthusiasts, certify at least 10,000 IT professionals, and help 5,000 businesses migrate online by 2023. Alibaba Cloud supports businesses across the globe with a world-class technology portfolio of 200-plus cloud solutions and services. It empowers leading Filipino brands such as GCash, Kumu, UBX, and Lazada, along with numerous global brands across verticals such as financial services, technology, retail, e-commerce, media and entertainment, manufacturing, aviation, and logistics. Let's take a sneak peek at how the Alibaba Cloud Philippines team supports local businesses to enhance their IT system reliability, flexibility, and security. GCash, a growing fintech company, partnered with Alibaba Cloud for scaling IT infrastructure in real time to seamlessly handle a 3.7 times growth in monthly active users over a year. Another fintech company called UBX adopted Zolaz's Real ID eKYC solution provided by Alibaba Cloud for streamlining the customer authentication process to achieve high accuracy and reduce identity fraud up to 100%. Alibaba Cloud is also powering Kumu, the dynamic live streaming entertainment platform designed for Filipinos. With its powerful, elastic, and scalable cloud computing technologies to better support the application's exponential demand growth and provide curators and viewers with rich and smooth experiences. Wait no more. Get access to innovative and reliable cloud solutions with Alibaba Cloud and start your cloud journey now. Visit ph.alibabacloud.com.
Your learning management system is full of data about the teaching and learning process at your institution. Use IntelliBoard to combine that data with your student information system, web conferencing system, attendance tracking, and other learning technology data to provide a full, holistic picture of your students, instructors, and the learning process, leading you to improved educational outcomes. IntelliBoard supports all parts of the learning process, including helping faculty to prepare for each new term, tracking student participation and engagement from day one in each course, monitoring student progress in assigned work throughout the term, and helping instructors to manage grading student work. Our integrated predictive learning analytics solution lets your institution define success measurements and predictor variables based on any data in your system, and it can be used in reports to drive automated notifications to instructors, students, academic success staff, or others involved in the learning process. InContact allows instructors and staff to log and track communications with students. At the end of each term, statistics can be displayed by department or other organizational structures, and detailed content usage reports can drive informed design decisions for the next term. IntelliBoard provides dozens of default reports and dashboards, which can be fully customized using our powerful visual builder, or create new custom reports from scratch. We currently integrate with all major learning management system platforms and several additional systems, with more integrations being added all the time. Data is digested and organized through our unified tables to easily answer the key questions relevant to all stakeholders in higher education. Import additional data or create your own tables using our Inform tool. We secure and back up your data for a truly turnkey solution. With years of experience in higher education learning analytics, IntelliBoard is ready to be your partner in supporting quality learning. Schedule an informative meeting with one of our e-learning experts today.
You may be surprised by the origins of Big Blue Button, the world's first open-source virtual classroom software. It was conceived and built in a Canadian university classroom rather than in a boardroom, and we're proud of this distinction. Big Blue Button is open source, which means it's free to download, install, and use. And with constant input from our worldwide community of teachers and developers, the product is always improving and adding new features. It's also available in 65 languages, making it a truly global teaching platform. If it looks familiar to you, there's a good reason why. Big Blue Button has been embedded into 5 of the world's most popular learning management systems, whose collective users account for more than 70% of the LMS market. And because it's already embedded into the LMS, it's easy and safe to use. There's no need to install new software, and external logins to enter online classes are a thing of the past. The best way to stay up to date is by visiting our website. There you'll learn about our features, share in user success stories, and learn about hosting options and support from companies such as Blindside Networks. Visit bigbluebutton.org.